So, where we left off. Your party had traveled into the basement of the house where they found extensive catacombs. And via exploring, you're able to determine that not only was this once the home of what appears to be some kind of cult, but that these catacombs are filled with all sorts of monstrous creatures, including shadows, gricks, ghouls, aghast, all that's left of Mrs. Durst. And you were able to safely bring the remains of both Rosavalda and Thornvald to their coffins. And similarly, you brought Mr. Durst from his place of hanging to his coffin. You have determined that the source of the chanting is coming from this staircase. And Sten almost died.
When you put it like that.
But at this point, you guys are waiting on the precipice of where to go next.
Are we short resting? Is that a thing?
I mean,
not that we have hit dice, most of us, but
I mean, I could go for a short rest, I think.
we can always short rest. I don't think it costs us anything.
Yeah.
Do you need to?
it would be beneficial for me, yeah.
Alright.
How do you heal short rests?
Just roll a hit die. Roll your
Okay.
hit die.
Okay.
Add your con modifier for every
Okay.
hit die you spend. I don't know how many you have left. Oh, you probably
I
haven't
haven't
used
used
any.
any.
Because you haven't taken damage, really.
I don't know if I need. Well, I probably should. Just because I'm afraid of this next thing.
Oh, yeah. I didn't realize how, like, not hit points I had.
Question: can I use second wind out of combat?
Let's find out.
Pretty much. You can use, like, any ability out of combat, unless it specifically says you can only use it in combat. Which I don't even think there's any abilities that say that.
Second wind. On your turn, you can use a bonus action to regain hit points equal to 1d10. Your fighter level, once you use this feature, you must finish a short or long rest before you can use it again. I imagine you can use it out of combat, yeah. Because it's just once per short or long rest.
Well, I'm gonna do that and basically roll a hit die.
If you guys are short resting and using a hit die, I'll use Song of Rest, so you can roll an additional d6 to add to your health.
I don't know if I have hit die left. I don't know where to check.
Do I?
I'm all out of hit die, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm all out of
Where
die.
is it on D&D? Where is it on D&D Beyond?
Click short rest on the top right.
Oh, I have 2 left. Yeah. I didn't use any then.
That just made a huge difference, and I'm very glad I did that.
Well, okay. So I can't go like above my HP. I can only go to what it is.
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
You have a maximum.
I don't know if it's worth it for me to use my one hit die to. Well, no, because after this we probably will long rest, right?
I mean, yeah, you never know when you're actually when the actual end is, so you might as well like. It sucks to die because you didn't use hit dice than it does to like save your hit dice. You know what I mean?
Accurate. Okay.
What does Song of Rest do again?
If we're taking a short rest, anyone who can hear me, which will be everybody, if you're rolling a hit die during your short rest, you can add a d6.
Okay. Sounds good. Is there like a... Where would we take this? You just scroll out. Map. And... Oh yeah, we're in a... I mean, I imagine... Wait, we like... When we like killed the ghosts thing, what happened? Did it just like dissipate? Did it like dissolve?
The ghast?
Yeah, the ghast.
Its body is chilling right here.
Oh,
Okay.
did we search it? Because if it's a body, did
I
I
don't
think
know.
we searched the chest. I don't think.
I don't think we
searched
searched
the
the
dirt.
chest.
can I search the body?
If you know what I
Sure,
mean.
you can try to search the body. Just be aware that it smells.
You okay? Well, I have my fire poker still, I think. So
Ooh,
I'm
would come in
going
such
to-
handy.
yes, I'm going to poke the body and kind of try and like lift up and move around and see what I can find if there's anything there. Just inspect. I don't know.
You quickly determine that she has nothing but the rags of her dress on her body.
Ugh, well, she sucks. Okay.
K9 will like stuff her into the back into our little hole.
All right.
Is there like a door there or something, or is it?
It
Just
was a
open?
painting that she burst through.
Oh, well, wait though.
Oh.
If her body's there, who was she again? And does she have a coffin?
She's the wife.
Yeah, she
She
does
what?
have a coffin.
Oh, she does
So
have
why
a
don't we-
coffin.
Yeah, we should
Yeah.
bring her over to the coffin.
Nah, I don't think so.
I don't think she. You know what?
I've learned my lesson touching things, so you
Alice-
guys can go
That's why we
ahead.
got inspiration last time we brought the stuff to the coffin.
Alistair just looks down and like, not this one.
Your goal should be from the good of your heart, not inspiration. Not.
I, for the
I'm
good
just
of my heart, took the children, but I feel fair about her.
I'm just joking.
That's funny.
But for now, K9 would probably just dump her body like outside of this room,
Okay.
somewhere like out of sight. I wish I could click like here or something.
Okay.
And then we're gonna take a short rest.
Yeah,
Cuddle puddle.
cuddle puddle. I don't know where. Oh, there we are. I lost her. There we go. Cuddle puddle.
We're all a big happy family with a dog.
Lancelot's Jay chillin'.
So,
It's a short rest.
Short rest.
Yeah.
And then should we push on?
yes.
Yeah. Hold on, let
Yeah,
me.
we may as well go follow the creepy chanting.
Yeah.
Oh, balls.
All right.
What?
Can we stealth?
Yeah, I'm a stealth.
Just
Where's my
let's do our best, I guess. It can't be worse than both our now
So,
ones last
here's
time.
the thing. If people are not stealth, they have to stay behind until we figure out we could go check it out and come back. Or yell, help. That's. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
here.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
perfectly fine.
I didn't get any confirmation.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Ah, man. I'm supposed to be stealthy. What's happening here? I have 11.
19.
All right.
13.
So you are all, as far as you're aware, stealthed.
Oh,
Okay.
are we trying to stealth? Okay. I'll do my best, team.
Anyone who's trying to, at least.
It's a 7. No, a 6.
Okay.
I got a 15.
Nice.
Copy.
I got a rock. Oh, well, I guess we're going.
Let's go.
I think I'm gonna go last.
So,
Yeah, that's fair.
so
You kn-
Ryan,
did you-
Mhm.
how do you do? So, like, do you for like stealthing and stuff? Do you do it as like we know that we're doing a bad job, or do you do it as in like we're trying our best and do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. I would say that generally
I'm fine either way.
it's I think it's kind of a middle ground. Like if you're doing really terribly, you probably know you're not stealthy. But it's kind of a ballpark of like a difference between a 13 and an 18 is going to be kind of minor to a PC of like they think they're sneaking, but like the difference between a 5 and an 18 is at least enough to be noticeable. would be kind of. Does that answer your question?
Okay. Yeah.
I feel like K9 would know he's not sneaking, but I think Mim would be. I mean, it's up to K9, but
Okay.
I think that I think I'm sneaking.
K9 is not an infiltrator robot. So he'll stay like 30 feet behind the group.
He just like moving slow mo, but still making noise.
It's like, but it still makes a lot of sound. That's just what he thinks stealthing is.
That's incredible.
All right, so who's going down first? That's the question.
Lancelot's wagging along with Alistair.
Is Lancelot sneaking?
My God.
Lancelot
Keep
is
the
not
dog.
sneaking.
Just barking.
Keep the dog.
He's not barking, but he's definitely just trotting along.
We should just send him
Full on
first.
husky yell.
Okay, if everyone was walking forward and Lancelot was following, K9 would definitely try to like put Lancelot somewhere safe.
All right, so where are you gonna try and put him?
Is there any place with a door?
Not down here.
There are all the rooms with the coffins.
They're the
Oh
crypts.
God, we're gonna lock him in a crib.
Jeez.
Well, he likes bones. He is a dog, so.
What? Yikes.
I mean, they're all closed.
All right, can I like take a detour and like lock him upstairs?
Okay.
Like, it's not that far away, is it? It's like
It's like,
just a stairway, like right here,
Oh.
like near the coffins.
There's the stairway near the
Like-
coffins, and then upstairs.
It's like right at the room, right, the kids' room, right?
Yeah, there's the kids' room upstairs.
beep.
Beep boop,
That's cool. I just figured out how to do the corners.
beep boop.
Beep boop.
I'm gonna let you know the minute you try and pick him up and carry him away, he's gonna start squirming and barking.
Oh shit.
So that's okay.
Oh shit.
I'm not
I love
phased.
this.
I'm gonna pick him up and drop him upstairs.
All right, he's gonna squirm and bark the whole way up.
All right, it's a good boy.
He's also gonna try and bite you, but you're made of gears, so
Oh,
Love it.
dogs. I was made impervious to canines.
There's a joke.
so you guys
there
watch
somewhere.
as K9 takes the dog and walks off, and the dog's struggling.
Let's.
What if the dog was our only hope? Okay, it's fine. Just like,
The dog's like whimpering and barking and struggling the whole way it goes.
That whole scene was very unsettling.
Should we wait for him to get back?
I mean, I think so. We should all be together, just in case.
Probably best.
All right, so K9 goes, drops Lancelot upstairs.
I end up making my way back. I assume everyone's like getting ready to go downstairs.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, K9 knows he's not very useful in this kind of situation, so it's gonna take his time, like stand a little bit farther back.
Cool. Well, I will slowly push forward. This is so unsettling.
Good luck.
I'm gonna be all ears.
is it getting louder? I feel like it's getting louder.
It is getting
Oh.
louder.
Okay, can I get as far down as I can to peek down and get a visual of like what the next area?
Next area that you see at the bottom of the staircase is at the bottom of the screen there.
Oh my gosh,
Uh-oh.
okay.
Oh, more stairs?
Yeah.
Well, that's the stairs that you come down.
Oh, that's all he can see.
That's all you can see.
All right.
And
Okay.
as you enter
Crap.
this room,
I can't.
the chanting becomes distinctly more clear. And here, let me get the right chanting.
You die. You drop dead. There is no save.
So now you can make out more words.
It's worse.
You need to turn it up.
And what you hear as you enter this room from the chanting is Do-do-do.
This is very unsettling.
Where is the part for this? Do-do-do-do-do-do.
It definitely sounds like it's in a different
Yes, here it is.
language.
It sounds like Dova from
So-
Skyrim.
You hear a dozen or so voices saying over and over, "He is the ancient. He is the land. He is the ancient. He is the land."
Nice.
Awesome.
My
That's-
eyes start glowing. He's the ancient.
Do you? It's like the scene in Scooby Doo, the live action one. Shaggy's like dancing with him, and Velma. And that's what we should do.
Can I peek around this corner?
You can. So you peek around and you see from where you are what appears to be a large reliquary. And around the room, there appear to be these little alcoves with strange objects set in them.
Okay,
I'm not touching any of those.
I'm slowly going to here, so I'm in the room now. Okay.
So you can see the various alcoves along the wall. And then this here leads down and is like a ramp, whereas this is another hallway.
All right, I'm going to come to here just so everybody can catch up. And I relay back. It's safe. Come on.
I thought the last creepy room was safe as well.
Just don't touch anything.
Fine.
So, can we take a look at what the relics are?
Sure.
Okay. Should I roll something, or can I just?
No,
say
they're just chilling there. So
All right. What's?
there's a small mummified yellow hand with sharp claws on a loop of rope, a knife
Nice.
carved from human bone, a dagger with a rat skull set into the pommel, an 8-inch diameter varnished orb made from a Nothic's eye, an aspergillum carved from bone, a folded cloak made from stitched ghoul skin, a desiccated frog lashed to a stick, a bag full of bat guano, a hag's severed finger, a 6-inch tall wooden figurine of a mummy, its arms crossed over its chest, an iron pendant adorned with a devil's face, the shrunken, shriveled head of a halfling, and a small wooden coffer containing a dire wolf's withered tongue.
Oh my god.
What the
I
heck?
would not like any of these things.
That's a lot of things.
Yeah.
I want all the things.
This is the worst shop
I don't
ever.
want a single one of them.
Is the chanting sound like it's coming from either way? The ramp or the hallway?
The chanting sounds louder this way.
Okay.
But we should not go that way.
I concur.
At least to start.
I'm ready to push on if everybody else is.
Let's go this way.
All right.
Right.
Right. Just feel those rats.
God, I'm so terrified.
Be careful.
All right, stealthily peeking into this room.
Oh my god, there's lots of stuff.
So what you
Hey.
find is what appears to be rows and rows of cells with shackles on the walls, but all of them appear empty.
You said appear empty.
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't trust that.
12.
I counted to 2. What does it mean?
He said there's a dozen or so voices.
No. So,
Are you investigating all the cells, Alistair?
Yeah, can I investigate them and just I don't know, look and see if anything looks out of the ordinary, or if there's any like there's no skeletons in these or anything like that?
So there is one skeleton clad in a tattered black robe in this cell. That's the only one that has anyone in it.
Anything else look out of the ordinary in any of the other ones, or just that?
All the rest of them are empty. You could roll me a perception check if you want to, like, just look for anything
Sure.
out of place.
Are these shackles broken?
No, they're loose.
Or... Okay.
And in fact, roll me a perception check as well.
It is a 18.
All right. So, as you're looking around, first off, you notice that the skeleton has a gold ring on one of its fingers. And secondly, as you're looking around, you notice that right here in this wall, there appears to be something out of place in the wall.
Okay. Can I inspect further, or is that just
Yeah.
what my roll got me?
So, as you like look closer, you realize that there seems to be a seam in the wall, and you give it a little light push, and you realize that this is a door.
Okay. Well, not pushing it open yet.
Yeah,
Not
no.
doing that.
all right, at this point, Mim's coming in.
Sten, what was your
Yeah.
perception?
7.
All right. You're distracted.
Just a little weary about past 10 minutes.
Mim, there's a ring on the skeleton, but I don't know if we should grab it.
All right, let me know if you guys are gonna touch that, so I can go into the other room again.
Can we roll for what's Arcana check or something? To see if it's magic or cursed or something? Like, how
Hey,
do
you
we?
could try.
Oh god, anybody better at this than me?
Can I assist? I don't even know what the stat is for me. Ooh. Can I assist?
I mean, do you know magic at all?
I mean a little bit.
Well, is it
Technically.
Magic.
is it an Arcana check?
It would be
Is
an
that what it would
Arcana
be?
check.
So, I got a 17.
All right.
he doesn't-
You look closely at the ring, and you kind of look for any arcane symbols, and it appears to just be a gold ring.
It's up to you, Mim.
Mim wants the ring. But
Just to be safe, I can grab it without touching it, I suppose. And I'll cast Mage Hand.
You
I'm
summon your
still
mage
connected
hand,
to the
and
ring.
it's like a skeletal, ghostly hand.
Gross.
Oh
that-
man, Sten, this is
this is a first.
interesting. Oh, okay. I'm glad.
It does not look like that. I'm so sorry. What a perverse joke.
This has never happened to me before.
And I'll hover it over the hand, I guess, and slowly.
You work the
pull it
ring
out.
off the finger, and it
Yeah.
carries it over to you and presents it to you.
I'll take one last inspection on it. Does it
Looks like a ring.
appear normal? Okay.
Nothing happened when you took it off.
I'm gonna move the mage hand back in front of Mim and just drop the ring at her feet.
Can I pick it up? Ooh!
You have a ring.
Okay.
Okay, thank God.
The
One
ring
gold
before them
ring.
all.
She puts it on her finger.
No.
The world explodes. Earthquakes.
All right, I'm gonna move here and just softly yell, like not a yell, but like, "Hey," that kind of thing. Just try and get the whole group to come together. There's seemingly a door in this wall. We could push forward here, or we could go back to the slope back there.
I have a sneaking suspicion they might go to the same place.
Have you inspected this door?
I have not pushed it open at all. Little terrified of what might be on the other side.
Are there any like wires hiding around here, like thin wires, trap-like mechanisms?
Roll me an investigation check.
Okay. Damn it! 10.
Just appears to be a wall. With, granted, you can find the seam.
Does my alert feat not let me?
I don't think that does anything for traps.
Yeah, I think
This
you're
means
right.
you can't be surprised.
Traps are surprising.
Surprise parties must suck for you.
Yeah. Well, I don't have friends, so it's like it's fine.
All right. I'm actually just gonna stay exactly where I am.
What would we like to do, guys? Do we want to push it open?
May as well.
K9?
It was like, wait, but there's something on the
I mean,
other
it's
side.
not like
What is it?
it's not like we're
No.
getting out of this house, so
There's only
may
one
as
way.
well just
There's
keep
only one way
going in it.
forward.
Right?
Bim's scared and flies over them and goes to the back now.
Yep. I slowly push the door open.
All right, as you start to push it, the door begins to glow gold, and you what appears to be like a face starts to come out of the door, and you back up for a
I
second, and you
step
realize that a ghostly form passes through the door, and you see the ghost of Mr. Durst, and
Okay.
he says, I didn't mean to give you a fright. I apologies. Before you continue, and he's this ghastly apparition, his beard, his like mutton chop beard, mustache flowing on either side, and he motions, and two children's ghosts form around him, and he says, You put my family to rest, and I feel that I should at least warn you of what you're about to do.
How considerate of him.
You see, I never meant to be caught up in all of this the way that it unfolded. And what you've done for my family has been a great service. I know you haven't been able to sleep in this place. I would be able to provide you, perhaps, a bit of respite, if you would be so inclined.
Yes, please.
I think that sounds good to all of us if that is something that you're capable of.
Just know that once you pass through this door, I can no longer be of assistance to you.
I step back from the door.
So the three of them kind of encircle you all and outstretch their arms, and a fog emanates from their hands and forms a dome over you all. And for the briefest moment, the chanting stops. And there's just silence. And they fade away.
Do I feel any different?
Well, as of right now, you don't feel any different, but he said he might be able to provide you a bit of respite from the house. So this is...
So we're in the same spot, but we just don't hear anything.
Are we still in the dome?
This dome is around you. You are still in the same spot. But it's quiet. You no longer hear the chanting.
Can like investigate to? Well, I don't know, to see what it is, or is it? Do we? Is it obvious that we're like, oh, we can sleep now? Like, I don't know. Is it just if we trust it or not?
I didn't realize how stressful that chanting is. And to me, quietness is sort of peaceful.
I guess.
Kenan walks over and puts his hand on like the dome. Does he feel like he can push through it? Or
Yeah. If he chooses to.
okay.
No.
I think I'm gonna slump up against a wall and just be like, well, they told us we could rest a bit. We might as well take what we got.
I'm gonna follow his lead and just kind of maybe a little too fast collapse against a wall.
Can't be worse than those werewolf nightmares. I'll give it a try. I will. Jiggle a little bunny curl up right here.
All right. You guys have the option of a long rest if you'd like it.
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah.
yes, please.
I would sure like that a lot.
We get half our hit die back on a long rest, right?
If I have one hit die and I use one hit die, do I get the one back, or do I only get none back?
No, you get one
Yeah,
back.
You get them back.
Yeah, half of your
minimum of one.
Yeah, half of your total hit die.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying. Is I have one, and sometimes you round up or down, so I didn't
No,
know.
yeah, you get it back.
Oh, down.
No, your total, like your maximum. Sorry.
My maximum is 1.
No, your maximum's 2.
No, your maximum's 2.
You're level 2.
It says 1. Oh.
That's because when you level 2, you get another hit die. Every level's a hit die.
That's useful to know.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No problem.
All right.
All right, that just made all of the difference in the world.
Let's see.
Time to hibernate.
All right.
Is Sten like sleeping in the middle,
Appears to be.
or is he in like one of the cells?
Nope, exactly where I am.
All right. Well, so as far as I'm aware, like I'm aware of everything, like my surroundings. I can still see and stuff. Like, wow, am I sleeping right? Does Sten do like any funny things while he sleeps, like fidget or snore?
Yeah, so instead of like my foot like kind of thumping as if I'm running,
Yeah.
my ears go.
All right, that's pretty cool. All right, that's all. Just
All right, so
gathering
everybody
information.
takes a long rest.
Mhm.
Who's the first to wake up?
I'm a pretty early riser,
All right.
if you can call it that.
So when you'll notice, since you're aware, about towards the end of the long rest, the 3 figures reform in the center of the dome.
Okay. Do you need anything?
No, I just wanted to say thank you for what you've done for my family. I apologize for my wife. She lost herself along the way. I believe I did as well.
No. I'm sure everyone appreciates your help.
What you did for my children did not go unnoticed, and I hope that you can bring respite to my final son as well. And they fade away.
My final son,
Oh.
Do.
Lancelot.
Incredible.
All right, I come to consciousness as well.
As do I.
Min perks straight up and starts fluttering her wings.
Um,
That one was slightly not quiet. Like, kind of forgot was stealthing.
I mean, are we still stealthing at this point?
Yeah, I don't know if we can still stealth if we're
at this
asleep.
point, you were asleep, yes. So you'd have to re-roll if you were to stealth.
All right, Mim is gonna try to re-stealth again. We hear the chanting now. If I exited the bubble, yeah.
Yes. The minute you exit
Or
the
I did, at
bubble,
least. Okay,
the chanting resumes.
I got a dirty 20 for stealthing.
All right.
I will reroll. Ooh,
Oh right, I forgot that we were going through that door.
Dirty 20.
Hey,
Where are we going again?
24.
I got a 12.
Effective.
Oh yeah.
All right.
All right. No time like the present. And
That's
I
a-
push
that's
the
a
door
10.
open.
Mage armor on myself before he opens that door.
All
I
right.
got a 10, by the way, Ryan.
Copy.
10.
You reveal. Actually, here, I'll just. Whoosh.
Ooh.
Okay. Okay.
what the heck?
This is.
What the hell?
So, you push open the door, and what you see is a giant sunken chamber filled with murky water and a large dais set in the center. As you enter the room, the chanting once again stops. And the smooth masonry walls provide excellent acoustics as the door squeaks open. Featureless stone pillars support the ceiling, and a breach in the west wall leads to a dark cave heaped with refuse. Murky water covers most of the floor. Stairs lead up to dry stone ledges that hug the walls. In the center of the room, more stairs rise to form an octagonal dais that also rises above the water. Rusty chains with shackles dangle from the ceiling directly above a stone altar mounted on the dais. The altar is carved with hideous depictions of grasping ghouls and is stained with dry blood.
Tribal.
Well, he's
That's nasty.
I'm gonna move
Lisa?
along the wall. Just taking in my surroundings.
This is the new sound that you're hearing.
What's the light situation in here?
It's like dim, not super bright, but not unseeable.
Can Mim fly over to this middle area?
Yeah, you can. How high are you flying above the dais?
Is the dais the thing in the middle?
Yeah, the giant platform.
How high is the ceiling?
The ceiling.
I got a
I
feeling.
have this information.
And it's sunken. So that's,
16-foot high ceiling supported by stone pillars.
like, way up at the top, trying to just like, you know, when you're like sneaking against a wall. She's doing that, but on the ceiling, but like flying.
Right.
But fly.
There are shackles hanging down from the ceiling over the plinth there, so you kind of have to work around those. But you're looking down at the whole thing. You basically see what you're seeing here.
Wait, so what did you say this thing was? This? How do
It's
I
like
know it?
it's like a plinth. It's like a stone table covered in dried blood with carvings of ghastly ghouls and things on it.
Cool. She's scared. She's gonna go back.
Can I? Ugh. Ugh.
What did you see?
There's also a portcullis right here, and then a wheel set in the wall.
Yeah, I'm looking at this wheel. Can I put my foot in the water and see if anything happens?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You dip your foot in the
No.
water, and there's ripples, but nothing happens.
Okay.
Who has Mage Hand?
A lot of people, I think.
Forgot.
I don't yet.
Hey, Sten. Can
Yeah.
you cast your magic skeleton and maybe hit that wheel, and we just prepare for whatever happens?
Sure. Does it look like rusted or anything? Like it could be stuck?
The wheel?
Mhm.
No, it's wood.
Okay. Rotted?
No, it seems to be intact. It's wet.
Okay.
But-
I'll cast Mage Hand where I'm at.
Mm-hmm.
That's within 30 feet. So I'll just
The
move it
skeletal
over
hand
here.
appears.
I really have to fix that. And I'll have it grab one of the planks
Mhm.
and start pushing to the right, I guess.
Yep.
It can only move 10 pounds of it.
Yeah, it can't push it all the way, but it's able to push a little bit, and you see the portcullis rise a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, with that, I'll go in the water and help it.
You're able to lift the portcullis. It pops right up.
Okay, cool. Does it stay, or does it fall every time?
It appears to stay.
Like, does it lock into place? Okay, cool. Then I will.
I'll give a nice tap on the back with the Mage Hand before I once again forget it's a skeleton
Sten,
hand.
it's a skeleton.
Sorry. But it taps like this.
Oh no.
Can Mim investigate this pile?
Sure.
I don't know.
Roll me a nature check.
Got 17. A dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
That means I'm actually in combat.
This
I won't
looks
roll
like a
low.
pile of trash, but upon closer inspection, you realize that it's a pile of body parts, organs and flesh and limbs, and it appears to move slightly.
Mm.
I didn't see it. I can't say anything.
She then flies back over and tells them what she just saw. And she's, I think, moving.
Okay. As that's happening, can I wade over here and check out this
Sure.
stone table?
So, as you climb onto the dais, hold on. We need to change the music.
I feel like every night before your character goes to sleep, he's like, I'm never gonna touch anything again. And then the next morning, he's just like, I can't wait. I can't wait to investigate some stuff.
He tries not to put other people in danger, though. That's the conflicting thing. It's like, I know I'm probably gonna get hurt, like Hermes knows, but Alistair is like, I'm gonna do it.
So,
Oh God.
Ominous noise right there.
as you step onto the dais begins to glow and shadowy figures rise from the edges of the dais, and you're surrounded by 12 hooded ghosts. And the chanting rises as additionally the door behind Sten slams shut, and a 13th ghost appears in the portcullis. And each one resembles a black-robed figure holding a torch, but the torch's fire is black and seems to draw light in to itself. And where you'd expect to see vases under the hoods is just black voids. And they start chanting, "One must die. One must die." And you are completely surrounded on this dais.
Can I, because this isn't an attack, but can I touch my face and cast the light cantrip on my mask?
Sure.
Cool. Because that'll give me more light visual. Just in case that becomes a problem.
Alistair?
Yep.
You guys can all see these chanting. They're all facing him. He's surrounded by these figures.
Things got complicated fast.
One must
Okay.
die. One must die.
Is this gonna spring into action and run forward and attack the nearest ghost?
All right. You pass right through. You take a solid punch and you just pass through its body.
Alistair, it's time to get out of here.
What if one of us already kind of died technically?
One must die. One must die.
They don't seem to care.
As they're
checked it out.
chanting,
Yeah, the
a
dog.
spiritual dagger forms and floats in the center of the dais.
Alistair, come here quickly.
Kenan will kind of
I'm gonna step
grab
back.
Alistair
You
by the
attempt to
hand.
step out, and the figures
Oh, no.
push you back into the dais. One must die. One
Can
must
Kenan walk
die.
into the dais? Or
I'm gonna
into
walk
the-
up and
Alright.
help K9 try and pull him out.
You pass through the
Don't-
figures. If K9 tries to enter, he can make it onto the dais.
I don't enter.
I'm gonna step onto the dais and just like try to shove Hermes out.
You shove Alistair,
work?
and you shove into the cultists, who shove him back in. Now the two of you are on the dais. One must die. One must die.
I grab the stupid spiritual dagger.
All right.
Stupid
What
spiritual
happens?
deck.
Thunderbolt.
It
Spiritual deck.
solidifies in your hand. The ghostly visage, the fog almost seems to
sorry.
ripple off of it, forming into a solid ritual dagger in your hand.
I grab it, spin, and stab one of the cultists.
Passes right through him.
Damn it!
One must die. One
this one of
must
the-
die.
Is this the dagger from that other room? Can we recognize? Do we recognize it?
No, this is a new dagger.
I really hope you're not doing what I think you're doing.
Well, now I have a stupid dagger.
No. I was talking about Ryan. I really hope this isn't going where I think it's going.
Alistair,
Yeah.
put the dagger down.
Can I drop the dagger?
You
To
can
show that
try.
It's like not. Oh God! I tried to drop the dagger.
You drop the dagger, and it turns
Okay.
back into a spiritual dagger and floats to the center of the platform.
And I just put my hands up and be like, "That's not an issue. I just need ideas."
One must
I-
die.
can my
One
mage hand
must
grab it?
die. You could attempt.
I will.
Why did the?
Mage hand's just stuck with us.
On real quick. Let me remove the cave.
The random, uncomfortable water sound.
Yeah.
This is an audio preview.
What's this other thing that's on the dais right now?
It's a bloody
That's
table,
the-
basic like platform.
The altar, yeah. So it's got drawings of like ghouls and ghosts or whatever, dried blood, and chains that dangle from the ceiling.
All correct.
And a spiritual dagger above it.
Can I make like a, I don't know, like Hewitt in his brain kind of has an idea, but can I make like an investigation check on like what I think is like this is obviously like a ritual. Can I like make an investigation check of like what I think the ritual actually is?
Yeah, absolutely. You
Given
could
the-
roll me
given
either
the-
religion
given the
or
clues.
insight.
In or insight.
Does my mage hand grab the thingy?
It passes through.
Is this
Can't seem to grip it.
Okay.
gelatinous
Natural
lump?
20 on the religion.
All right. So
Or
You're able to determine two things. One, the cult's looking for a sacrifice, and there appears to be tracks in the dais that seem to be made for blood flow. And so this ritual involves bloodletting on the dais. And also you can presume, based off of their chanting, that they are looking for someone to sacrifice themselves. You also can determine that you think it's possible to escape the dais. It's just going to require a great amount of, like, force. You're going to have to really try to do so.
I've seen something like this in my data gathering. This is a ritual that requires blood and sacrifice. I think if we give it some blood, then we'll be able to get out.
I'm gonna cast Mage Hand and shuffle through the thing that Mim's hovering over to find the most complete corpse I can find.
You're going to start shifting through it?
Maybe kind of moving some things because she said it was moving a little bit. So, yeah, and I'm gonna let her know that I'm gonna do that before I do, just in case she wants to evac the area.
All right. So she moves away and you move up to it and you stick your arm into it.
Oh my no, I cast Mage Hand and stick the Mage Hand into it.
Yeah.
I learned my lesson of sticking my arms into things.
All right.
I'm never doing that again. In fact, I'm gonna take a step back.
So the mage hand tries to reach in, and you watch as the pile almost seems to like collapse over the mage hand.
Oh,
Super creepy.
Do you have a skeleton yet?
He does. Yours is rabbit shaped. His is a human skeletal hand.
Mine has an opposable thumb, so it's a little more useful.
Hey. I still have this one.
all right. Once again, open to any ideas.
Alistar, I think you need to give it some blood. The altar.
All right. I grab the spirit dagger with my offhand, place my hand on the altar, and just stab.
All right. You stab in your hand. Let's see. Hold on, let me update music. So you stab into your hand, and you take 4 points of damage as blood starts to trickle onto the altar. And the altar begins to glow as some of the blood trickles onto the dais. But the cultists keep chanting, "One must die. One must die."
Alistair, what are you doing? I'll try and like leverage my mage hand under his hand with the dagger to try and like push it up so he doesn't do it again.
Did that seem to make any progress at all?
Yeah, I was.
Oh, the altar's glowing and the some blood is flowing, but you're gonna need more blood if you're gonna complete the ritual.
Yeah, maybe it needs more.
You don't hear what they're saying? You have to die. It's not worth it. Alistair, come back.
Oh, I'm gonna stand on top of the altar.
Alistair climbs onto the altar, dagger in hand.
We don't have any better ideas.
I'm gonna point out, you had the dog. You hid the dog.
I know we had the dog. I didn't want to say anything. You jerk. That's I literally, like, as soon as we got to the altar, I was like, I really hope this is what you were going for, that we were gonna sacrifice a dog.
You're evil.
I don't want to metagame, but I have a question.
You're so mean.
But we're gonna leave it.
All right.
Mim's like screaming.
You want me to try to run and grab the dog?
They're not gonna let you out.
We can try.
At this point,
No.
you could try.
Plunge. No, I plunged.
So this door closed.
You plunged.
This is still
Yeah.
open. No, wait.
You guys
does my mage hand
watch.
do anything underneath?
I mean, it's only 10 pounds of force. He's gonna, depending on how hard are you plunging?
I mean, I was gonna go for it. But
Alright.
I'll roll to contest if you want to.
I can only move 10 pounds, but I mean, I'm doing the best I can.
So wait, so DC 10?
Oh,
I
no.
think a contest would be fun.
I mean, it would be like a 5. You're a grown man. 10 pounds is not a lot of
That's true.
force.
If
I could-
a roll just in case.
I could roll like just a straight D20. You want?
Roll me,
What do we
yeah,
roll up?
fine. Roll me
Wait,
contested D20s.
no.
Let's see how. Let's see.
Okay,
let's
I
see what
rolled.
happens.
Would this be saving throw or just straight?
Let's just do
Check.
straight numbers.
Okay,
Got a 10.
got a 4. Whoa!
So he goes to plunge, and the mage hand comes and like diverts the force, and so he misses himself.
I'm gonna jump up onto this altar and or onto the area up here and try to grab that knife away from Alistair.
All right. Now there are 3 of you are on the platform. You pass through the cultists, and they form behind you. One
Mim's
must
sneaking
die.
away.
One must die. So Mim's leaving.
Mim's sneaking away.
All right. Oh, whoa, hold on, whoa. You tried to sneak out through the portcullis. There's a cultist in the portcullis who will not
Okay,
let
go
you
through
leave.
there.
The 13th guy is here, and this door
I
slammed shut.
forgot. Oh, and I
Do
can't get
I-
through this door either.
It is
Do I
slammed
have that
shut,
knife
and it is
from
seamless.
Alistair, or do I have to fight him for it?
I wouldn't give it to you.
So you'd have to fight him
Alright,
for
I'm
it.
gonna fight him for it.
All right,
Alright.
roll me contested athletics checks.
Oh, natural 20.
So you reach up to grab it from him, and he completely bats your hand off. He's got this knife in his hand. One must die. One
I'm gonna
must die.
redirect my hand from trying to get it to just like slicing my palm on it and letting that drip on the altar.
All right. You're gonna take 5 points of damage as blood comes onto the altar and begins to glow brighter, and now the blood is starting to drip onto the platform itself.
Can I like open my chest cavity piece and like let my like the fluorescent liquid that I have in my chest cavity drip on the altar and see if it actually does anything?
Sure. Can you just like willingly will out your lifeblood?
I mean, it's like it. There's like a center like core chest thing that I want to like open and see if I can like actually drip some of the like liquid that's inside there onto the thing.
And yeah, you can try it.
I'm just standing there looking insane with a dagger in my hand.
And your
Oh.
face is glowing.
Yeah, true.
Does the altar actually like do anything? when
Yeah,
that
so
happens,
as you
or-
drip onto it, it glows brighter. At this point, the blood is starting to fill in the tracks on the dais. But only about like right here. It's not spreading yet.
Can Mim tell, like, are these body parts and things, is there still blood in there? Like, on them, in them?
The whole thing seems bloody.
Okay, so can I use my fire poker and poke a couple limbs and then just, like, try and, like, over to the center?
So
Is that a
you reach in to poke it, and the poker
Uh-huh.
sticks.
Uh-huh.
And when you try and pull it out, it gets the flesh rolls in, and the poker gets enveloped.
Mim's pissed.
Hey guys, the blood thing seems to kind of be working a little bit. If you can spare some.
One must die. One must die.
Willingly hurting yourself.
There
Do we not
is
just
no
go to
other
death?
way.
Star.
I try to attack myself again.
Oh my god.
Is the mage hand still contesting?
No.
Oh yeah.
Mim's gonna try to shoot because she has a spear too, right? A spear, a short sword, and some darts still.
Mim shoots me.
Walk away.
No, I'm gonna.
Are we contesting this? Okay.
So,
Yeah.
well, you two contest while he tries, and then Mim, what are you doing?
Oh my god.
Pulls out her spear, and she readies it, and she's readying and aiming to try and hit the sword out of his hand.
Nick,
But
you
she
The
was a
dagger?
but she's not.
Yeah, 19.
Good luck.
Dagger.
Yeah, 6.
She hasn't thrown it yet.
All right. Once again, diverts the blade.
Sten!
Walk away from the altar, Alistair.
It's not happening.
Kanan's gonna
Grab my
Do I
grab.
just keep trying to stab myself?
Kanan's just gonna grab the arm that Alistair's using with the dagger, and make can I like try to restrain him or grapple?
Yeah, roll contested strength checks.
Ooh. Nope.
That's 20 total.
Yeah, no. 5.
You grab him and you pull him down onto the altar, and you now have him pinned on the altar, K9.
K9! Ah!
This is something that we have to do. I knew
No.
this was the right choice, but you can't sacrifice yourself, Alistair.
Can I not fly over this one over here? I can't fly over him?
He is filling. It is not a very tall doorway. He is filling the doorway, and he has a torch that he's waving at you.
Sten, get in here.
No, get out of here.
Hey,
We
Talking
can't.
Rabbit and Tiny Fairy. Could we have some blood, maybe, please?
Why are you asking this?
One
I
must
just
die.
died moments
One
ago.
must die.
Wait, but if one must
K9,
die,
are you still
what are
holding
they
me
meant?
over the
Yeah.
altar?
I'm not holding you over. I'm like pinning you on the ground next to the
Yeah,
altar.
okay, okay.
And then just as like flies over, and who has the dagger at the moment then?
I probably would have
Alistair
dropped
does.
it as he pulled me off.
Okay, so she picks
Which
it up.
means it's floating back to the center.
Oh, right. She picks it up, slices her hand over the altar.
It glows a little more. 5 points of damage.
Love it. Great.
Sten, let's at least try sharing the burden.
Then do not.
Come on, Talking Rabbit. Everybody's doing it.
That doesn't make it all right. You
The
just
blood
spent
is
all your
beginning to
resources on
flow through the center
Wow.
portion of the dais now.
So they're the shadows. They're in like a line across.
They're like in like a circle around the dais. Basically, that outer lip of that top floor is all cultists.
Can I try and grab Andar? Pull him out.
So you can reach in and you can grab him, and if you try and pull him out, the cultist shoves him back in.
Like as hard as I can try.
Yeah, roll me a contested strength check. And Andar, are you willingly like trying to pull yourself out, or are you pulling back in?
It's a 19.
I'm gonna try to pull him in.
All right, roll me contested. At advantage because the
got it.
cultist is trying to push you in.
Let's go. Yeah. Grab my hand. Pull me up.
Is-
Pull me up.
Better.
Psych.
16.
19 for me.
All right, so you manage to pull Andar out. At which point
Oh.
the music stopping was perfect. At which point the altar stops glowing, the dagger vanishes. The cultists say, "The ritual has failed. Awaken the demon." And the mound begins to shift.
No.
Oh,
And all of the cultists fade away except for the one in the door. As this giant mound of flesh and viscera and bone rises from the southern chamber. Skulls forming from the center of the mass towards the front, and this giant, it's like 15-foot creature rises out of the water, coated in like muscle and sinew, and slams a hand down, and everyone needs to roll initiative.
Well then.
We could have just let me die.
No.
22.
All right.
Got a 19.
That
Also
is
got a 19.
that is the 3.
Which of Alistair, Stem, which of you has the higher?
Oh, probably him.
I bet Alistair.
4.
Oh.
+4 to deck. Yeah.
4.
All right, I've got everybody but Mim.
25.
25.
Down.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Okay, now do you still have me grappled?
I mean, as soon as I see a giant monster like
Okay.
slide from the ceiling and like the cultists disappear, the 300-pound robot is no longer like sprawled on top of you.
Okay.
You're free to go now.
oh
You no longer
no,
have to
hold
answer
on.
to RoboCop.
Cap, you're breaking things.
It's broken. Everything's gone. Everything's ruined.
Woo!
We won. We won.
It was off camera, but
Yeah.
because of budget issues, sometimes these things have to happen.
I gotta.
I'm upset the DM was gonna have me kill a dog.
I'm upset you wanted to kill yourself.
That's better than a dog.
To be fair, if the dog was here, probably still would have done that.
Nah, we would have killed the dog.
All right, we ready? Mim, you're up
Use it as
first.
A little bit of a blood.
All right. I am going to try to throw a dart. What's my range for darts, though? I don't know that, actually.
I'm pretty sure it's at least 30 feet.
30,
but
60?
I think it might be 30, 60.
Okay, I'm going to
Darts
throw a dart.
are 2060.
What does that mean?
So it's 20. You have to be within 20 feet for effective range. If you do further, it's at disadvantage, and its max range is 60. So you have to be
Right.
within 20 feet to roll straight.
Okay, can I move here, hit, and then move again? Or do I have to move all together? So like I can finish using my movement, basically.
You can move, throw it, and move again.
Okay, so I moved so I can get closer. I'm gonna throw the dart, which is 19. Does that hit?
A 19. Does hit.
Okay. 6 damage,
6 damage. Notated.
and then I'm
So
going to.
the dart hits and spears into the viscera and immediately is enveloped as like this roll. It's all the flesh on this thing and like blood and limbs are like rolling as this thing moves.
And then I'm going to move. Wait, how many? 2. Behind that pillar and use my bonus action to sneak. I assume this is a pillar.
Yes.
Okay, so 21 on stealth.
21 on stealth.
Mm-hmm.
Noted. All right. So that brings us to Andar.
All right, I'm going to take a diagonal step backwards here, and then I'm just going to shoot a firebolt at it.
Do it.
18 to hit.
18 will hit.
8 fire damage.
So the bolt hits and you smell like burnt flesh as this thing singes, and then that skin gets enveloped by another like half broken arm and just rolling out towards you.
Super gross.
Yeah.
That's it for me.
All right, that brings us to Alistair.
Cool. I am going to.
You are prone currently.
I'm going to use half my movement to stand up. And I'm going to take a shot at it.
Do it.
That is a 27 to hit.
That'll hit.
Cool. So. 7 piercing damage.
All right, 7 piercing.
And I'm gonna say, are we sticking around for this, or are we getting the getting out of Dodge?
I don't know if we can.
All right,
And that's my turn.
that brings us to Sten.
Okay. So you said this guy's still here?
Yes.
All right. Well, then I will cast Vicious Mockery on this monstrosity.
Okay.
Wisdom save.
Wisdom save. Rolled a 1.
Ooh, cool. That is 1 point of psychic damage.
Noted.
Unlucky.
Yeah. And then I'm going to move over to this side. I saw Mim go this way. Can I still see her?
It depends. Is she allowing you to see her?
Or
Well,
they can hear you. Never mind. All you have to do is hear me. So I'll shout out to
Okay.
Mim. As a bonus action, I will give her Bardic Inspiration.
Cool.
And I don't know where you are. But take this song. Wow!
I don't know who you are.
Which brings us to the flesh mound. It rolls forward, squelching and splashing as it charges up to Alistair.
Yep. Let's see what this thing does.
And there's a 19 hit.
Yeah, it does.
A giant fleshy arm crunches down on you. And you are grappled as you are
Okay.
pressed down into the dais by this giant, like, thick arm made of flesh and viscera and sinew. And you guys watch as the arm grows out around Alistair and he gets fully enveloped by this arm. You are restrained and unable to breathe. I need a Constitution saving throw at the start of your turn.
Okay.
And I need you to roll a d4.
4.
Or
All right, so we will get to you.
Okay.
But as of now, you guys watch as this arm lands on Alistair, and he is completely covered up by it. And you can no longer see him. Which brings us to K9.
as Canine can no longer see him, he's gonna run up to the arm and just start punching the thing that just enveloped Alistair.
Okay.
Going to be 18 plus something. 18 plus 5.
Okay.
So 23. Does that 23 hit?
The 23 will hit.
That is 3 points of bludgeoning damage.
All right.
That's it. That's 3 points.
Cool. Which brings us back to Mim.
Cool. Remind me again. So as Bardic Inspiration, I can re-roll, but I have to say
on any of your D20 rolls, you can roll a D6 and add it to it after you've already rolled.
Okay. I'm gonna go over to here and sneak attack. Which I already have advantage on, so we're gonna try that first. 22.
22 will hit.
Okay, and then 1d6. 8.
All right, 8 damage.
And then, yeah, I can. I don't have to disengage, right? So I think that's fine. I'm gonna, because I don't want to actually get absorbed too. I'm gonna. He doesn't get an attack of opportunity, right?
He does unless you disengage.
Well, then I'll use my bonus action to disengage and move back here.
Got it.
Technically, I don't have to get into sneak again because within 5 feet of him, there's still a
Canine, yep.
Correct.
Not just canine, because he's still. Oh wait, no, he's prone, huh?
Well, he's engulfed.
Doesn't. Okay. Anyway, that's my turn.
Which brings us to Andar.
I'm gonna take a diagonal step back, and so Alistair's fully inside this thing, yeah?
You can no longer see him.
He's gone. He's dead.
This arm came down, landed on him, and completely covered him up, and then K9 is punching the arm where it was. But you can physically not see him. This thing is huge.
All right, I'm gonna cast Witch Bolt at it.
Do it.
Uh, 18 to hit again.
That'll hit.
And Witch Bolt is the D12. That is going to be 11 damage. 11 lightning damage.
11 damage.
Holy, wait, what was that?
Witch Bolt?
Oh, jeez.
Good roll.
Good roll, good roll.
That is it for me.
Which brings
Almost
us
max damage on the Witch Bolt.
to Alistair. So, Alistair, here's what's happening to you.
Okay.
You get slammed against the pavement, and then all of your vision is obscured by blood and guts, and you feel yourself getting sucked into this thing. You're going to take 2 points of bludgeoning damage as bones and elbows and things slam into you, and you're being jostled through this thing. And you're gasping for air, trying to find some sort of way to breathe through all of this mass of flesh and organic material. And for a brief second, you burst out and you get a breath of air and you look around and you realize that you're in the center of this mound. And you pass through it. And as you pass through, you see, suspended by various like tendons and sinews and ligaments, a small child, like pulled and crying, black veins coursing from where each specific attachment is, screaming and wailing in pain, its eye bulged awkwardly, and like it discolored skin in various patches of its body before you get sucked back down. You can try and escape the grapple. As of now, you're back in the main section of the mound.
Can I attack while grappled? Like, can I shoot in the center of this thing?
So you didn't have time the first glance, but because now you saw it's there. You didn't have time to attack as before you got sucked back in, but now you know it's there. So in future rounds you'll be able to attack.
Okay.
But you're back. You're back in the goo, if you will.
It did how much damage to me?
2.
You said he's restrained, right? Or
He is
he
restrained.
just grappled?
He's grappled.
Okay. Oh, grappled, not restrained.
Yes, he is. Well, now he is restrained. That's correct.
Okay.
He's restrained and unable to breathe.
Oh, unlucky.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
How many turns do you get while suffocating?
Let's see.
It's like con plus something or whatever.
Breacher can hold its breath for a number of minutes equal to 1 plus its con modifier.
Okay, that's no big deal. You got this.
Yeah, I'm gonna. There's not much I can do, so I'm going to.
You can try and break free.
I don't know that I want to. I think I want to hold for a shot. So I think I'm going to hold a shot if I happen to see this again at any point in time.
All
I
right.
don't imagine I will, but just in case.
Sounds good. So that brings us to Sten.
All right. I'm going to jump forward. I'm going to shout out to Alistair. I don't know that he can hear me at all. You're not going to get your wish so easily. We'll get you out of there, and then I'll swing two-handed with the longsword. 21.
Damn.
That'll hit.
Okay, and then
Oh wow.
7 points of slashing damage.
Strong rabbit.
Yeah.
Cool.
And then with mobile, I will
Eat poop.
bounce back to this wall, I guess.
Which brings us to the mound, who looks over at K9 and screeches before swinging its huge fleshy arm. Does a 21 hit?
Yeah. That does.
You take 11 points of bludgeoning as this huge arm slams you down. And there's a big splat as various blood and goo lands around.
That just knocks me to the ground.
And I need Alistair to roll a d4. I also need a con save.
2 on the D4.
Mhm.
On save.
Kenan, are you down?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly how much
22
HP I had
on
left.
con save.
Copy that. All right, which brings us to K9.
Death save. That's a 15. That's one success.
All right.
It's my turn.
Mim.
So now he's down. I don't get advantage.
Correct.
I can't do anything. Okay. I will. I guess normally try to hit with my short sword. 18 Do I get to add anything to that? If
You still roll. You still add your attack bonus. So
okay, so 23.
that'll hit.
Actually, it's 24. But okay. I get 5. No. Do I get to add my dex to my?
Yes.
Okay, so 9.
9 damage.
And then, oh, because I had to go. I had to go up to him to hit him with my short sword. That just sucks. Okay. I will go back, I guess. So I'll have to disengage. I'll go behind the pillar, and I can't sneak because I disengaged. So I'll chill here again, and that's my turn.
All right. Which brings us to Andar.
All right. I'm just gonna deal damage with Witch Bolt,
Do it.
which is that was a D20. You can't roll a 14 with a D12. 8.
8 points of damage.
Oh.
I do 20 points of. Oh wait, what?
Can you help friends up when they're down?
I'm gonna move
You
back
can stabilize them.
to about here. 5, yeah.
Which brings us to Sten. No, I'm sorry,
Okay, I'm
Alistair
gonna-
first.
Okay.
Okay, so
Sorry.
you need a con save.
You did the con save. So
But
you're
beginning
gonna.
of my turn, yeah.
You do. I had you do one on its turn. So you're gonna
Gotcha.
take 1 point of bludgeoning,
Okay.
and you resurface, and you're back in the center for a moment.
Shot.
All right, roll the hit.
Math is hard. 14.
You aren't able to get your crossbow leveled, and you fire, and it misses and goes straight into the other side of the viscera before you're plunged back underneath.
Gotcha. All right, that's my turn.
All right. Now, Sten.
Okay. I'm gonna run over and I'm gonna duck under this witch bolt. I don't know how high it's arcing.
Pretty high arc.
Okay, good, nice. That's a good shot. I'm gonna lean towards K9 and be like, I promise there's no one dying today. I'll cast Cure Wounds, first level.
Oh.
7 points of healing.
Wait, he was down? I thought he was just like they knocked him, like they.
No, he was down.
holding him down.
No.
Oh, I need to pay attention.
And then I look up at the mound, realizing that I really can't do much with this now. Just take a deep breath and stare at it.
All right. It's going to stare you down as well and bring a heaping fist towards you.
Oh, we're about to be buddies.
14.
14 hits.
All right.
Oh, I guess it could have jumped away. Nah.
That is 17 points of damage.
Oh my god!
No one's dying today except me.
Doosh, as this thing lands on you.
Don't hit me hard. Don't hit me hard. For fuck's sake.
Is that all your HP?
No, I'm still up.
Oh wow, you have more than 17 hit points. Jeez.
Yeah, but that fucking hurt.
Which brings us to K9.
K9 is gonna stand up, and I can't use Thunderclap. So, I'm gonna try to punch it again.
All right, give it a punch.
Punchy punch. 22 hits, I assume.
That'll hit.
That's 3 points of bludgeoning damage.
You punch right into it. There's a squishing noise, and then you squelch it back out.
We'll get you out of there, Alistair.
Mim.
I'm gonna sneak attack.
All right.
I got a 19 and then a nat 20. So.
Oh,
That's
it's
20.
just a straight roll.
No,
It
it's
is-
not.
So you didn't stealth. So
No, but I don't need to because.
you're right, but it's not an advantage. It's just a regular roll. So then you take the 19.
Why not?
You still get the sneak attack because he has someone within 5 feet who's an enemy, but you only get advantage if you're
I thought it
stealth.
was just. That's stupid. Okay, fine. Well, then I'll take the 19 plus 6. So.
25.
Yeah. And
You hit.
then, but now I get to roll 2d6.
Yes.
Yes.
You still get the sneak attack damage.
Okay. 8, 12.
All right, 12 damage. You slice off a
then-
chunk of this thing, and it goes splashing into the ground.
Can I see through it all?
No, you just took off a chunk. Think of it almost like a Jello sculpture. You just took off a thing, and it's
It's like-
reforming already.
Oh.
It's looking rough, guys.
Disengage. Nope, I shouldn't. I'm gonna stay here. And I'm gonna wait, can I sneak here as my bonus action? If
You
I,
could
like-
attempt.
Oh, okay, you know what? I'll sneak. Well, wait, okay, hold on. They're both up, but damaged.
Correct.
And I have only 10 HP. So I'm gonna hide behind this podium to sneak.
You only have
Cap,
10
do you
HP?
run?
Yeah.
Is that your max?
My max is 15.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Cap,
So
do
Because you
run,
play.
yeah.
Do you run flanking rules?
I'm open to it if you guys. It's up to you guys, because we're doing. If it's like if there's 5 feet, you get sneak attack. Do you guys want to do advantage if it's flanked? Up to you guys. I'm cool either way.
That means enemies get it too.
Correct.
Yeah,
But yeah, I'm kind of down.
I'm cool. I'm cool with flanking.
Oh god.
All right,
okay.
then we'll do flanking. So then you always get sneak attack if you're opposite of allies.
Oh.
You'll get advantage if you're on opposite sides.
So this is a good position to be in currently.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Cool. That's my turn.
All right. That brings us to Andar.
Is Sten absorbed into the thing just like Alistair is?
No, he just got slammed.
Okay. Does this big blob look like it is in any way, shape, or form slowing down or damaged? Not even a little bit.
It looks like it's damaged. You've definitely taken some chunks off, but it's not slowing down.
All right, I'm gonna deal another damage with Witch's Bolt.
Do it.
That one was 6.
All right. Do you move or are you chilling?
I'm chilling.
All right. Alistair, I need a con save and a D4.
Okay. Con save is 23.
All right. You take 1 point of bludgeoning.
Okay.
And what's the D4?
D4 is 1.
All right. You hold your breath as you get surrounded by this material, but you don't see anything.
Okay.
Which brings us to... You can choose to break out if you'd like.
Nope, staying in. This is a
Alright.
good spot right now.
Sten.
All right. Oh boy. You know what? Let's just hit him again.
All right.
I'm gonna use two-handed. Nope, that's 7.
That will not hit.
But mobile lets me move away anyways.
You
are we
swing
waiting out
down and a skull like rises out of the goop and you hit the skull with the sword, unable to gain purchase on the flesh itself. And then go, nope, and bail out.
I guess as I'm leaving, I'll shout out to K9. I think you got this, but I do think you should run. And I'll give him Bardic Inspiration as well.
Ooh, let's go.
Which brings us to the mound.
It's my turn.
Has been stabbed by this buzzing fairy one too many times. Swings up an arm and tries to knock her out of the sky.
Wait, but I am sneak. Oh no, I can't be because if we're flanking, he needs to know I'm there.
It's
right?
a 14 to hit.
Does not hit. Oh yeah, no, does not hit.
Swings up. You manage to buzz out of the way with this huge fist. Whirs by you. But does not hit. Which brings us to K9.
You answer my question.
Hmm?
So if I had sneaked that last turn, the flanking advantage doesn't work, even though I am on the other side.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The sneaking gives you the same advantage the flanking does.
Yeah, but then
Sneaking gives you advantage, but flanking gives you advantage too. So.
Yeah, but I'm not worried about. I'm worried if it saw me or not was my question. But that makes sense. Okay.
It knows you're there because you stabbed it.
Yeah, but then I hid behind.
She used her. She snuck. She used a bonus action to sneak or to hide at the end of her turn.
Yeah, but then you said about the flanking.
Oh, okay.
So we didn't clarify. No, it's fine. It's fine.
I mean, I can attack K9 instead.
No, I said it's fine. I just had to clarify my question because I was confused on the rules. It's
All right.
fine.
So, speaking of K9, it is your turn.
All right. I mean, we all know killer robots don't run, so running is for flesh bags. Oh crap!
No.
That's only a 12 hit.
Do you want to use the Bardic Inspiration?
Yeah. Can I reroll?
Yeah, because I didn't answer.
Adds a d6.
You just add a d6.
Oh, adds a d6. Oh my god. Wait. Unarmed attacks are plus to 4, so 8, 15. Does 15 hit?
That's enough.
Sick. Takes 3 points of bludgeoning damage as I don't know. I guess it's like it's really squishy, right?
Yeah, very.
So I'm just imagining it's like squelching sounds every time I punch it.
Yeah,
It's
just-
kind of disgusting, but whatever.
You.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
All right, Mim, back to you.
I am going to attack.
So you are at advantage.
What did he get that hit last time?
15.
He 15.
Okay, I'm gonna use my Bardic Inspiration. 10.
At advantage?
I got a 2 and then a 9, and I rolled a 1 on my 1d6.
But you're adding your... You still add your attack bonus.
Oh yeah, to hit.
You have a plus
You're
6, he
right.
said. So that's a 16, right?
Yeah. So then I wouldn't have used my.
Yeah, you don't have to use the Bardic Inspiration. You wouldn't have needed it. You got 15 on the...
Yeah. I got 15. Okay. So now I can actually. But I don't get sneak it. Or no, I do. Okay.
You do.
Oh, 6. 12 damage.
12 damage. All right. Which brings us to Andar.
I feel like it's almost fruitless at this point, but I'm just gonna damage it again with Witch Bolt and see what happens here. That's an 8.
8's and... Okay, 8 points. Alistair, I need a con save and a d4.
Okay. D4 is 4. Con save is very high, but it is 23.
All right, you take 2 points of bludgeoning,
Okay.
and you surface for a moment.
Can I shoot?
You can shoot.
Nat 20.
Yes.
Roll damage.
All right. So
You're not restrained anymore. He's not restrained anymore when he like resurfaces, right?
Correct.
He's just like he's chilling.
He basically gets like his torso free for a brief moment as he's passing through the central chamber.
So the 1d6 plus 4 and then double it, or just two like
Double
2d6
it.
Roll
plus
2
4?
d6
Got you.
and
It's
then add
not
4.
D6. This is. It is 8. I rolled kind of low
That's enough.
damage.
You like pass up, you see the baby, you level the crossbow, and you steady your aim and you fire, and this bolt pierces through into the child, and it screams as it detaches from the various things, and the rest of you outside hear a big rumbling as all of the pieces of this creature begin to fall off of itself. And there's a large splat as all of the tendons and skulls collapse onto the ground, spreading out, and you see a very messy Alistair in the center of this mound.
With a demon baby on top of me. Like, just fell on top of me.
Demon baby.
Are we still in initiative order?
No, you are not.
No.
Okay.
How do you
My
look?
God.
Do you look bad?
No, actually, I'm pretty okay.
All right, then I'll just double over and cast Cure Wounds on myself. Ooh, 9 points.
Mim is just in shock. Just like staring at Alistair.
Yeah, I'm just laying on the ground, just like freaked
Yes,
out and covered in gore.
Is the ritual guy still there? The portcullis? Or
No, it fades away.
This would be a really good time for me to go to the bathroom. Is that okay? Really fast?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I've been holding it.
I'm gonna
You
walk
guys
out
can
of the
proceed.
water.
You know what?
Just said I'm gonna walk out of the water onto the little center thing,
Nothing appears to happen.
but not getting my boots gross with all the stuff that just fell around Alistair. I'm gonna stay a little.
We
bit
got
further
standards.
back than that.
Gotta have clean boots. He went to
So-
wizard school. Come on.
Is is the child still intact, or did I like obliterate this thing?
It's speared, lying
can I-
motionless in the mound.
Can I get up, pick it up, and bring it to the altar?
Sure.
Right, I do that, and I lay it down on the altar.
All right. You lay the
Outstanding.
baby on the altar, bolt embedded in its chest.
Is that what was inside?
Yeah, it was in the center, like tendrils, and it wasn't great, but it's done now.
Does this look like the apparition upstairs?
This looks like the baby in the portrait.
Just really malformed.
Let's It doesn't seem like the altar did anything. Let's maybe take the bolt out of it and go. And it had a crypt, right?
It was
Yeah.
an empty room, but
Let's
thinking the same thing.
let's go put it in there because that creepy ghost who let us sleep for the night. It seemed like he kind of asked us to do that.
Absolutely. Kind of just waiting for Mim to stop NPC back and forth.
T-posing, man.
yeah.
Mim's still rendering.
T-posing.
I don't know what I missed.
She's on the loading screen.
We're
Yes.
gonna put the baby in the Walter crypt.
I didn't even realize. I was like, why is there a weird baby? Wow. Okay, sounds good.
So I'm gonna swaddle the baby back up, and I presume we're good to walk out of here. I'm gonna try and walk out of this room.
There's no one in your way.
My own screen is. Give me one moment.
Let me zoom out a bit.
Cool. Am I good to progress all the way to the crypt?
Yeah, there's nothing there.
Cool. All right.
And
Well, I do
there's
that.
no chanting anymore.
Are all of these items still intact in this room?
Yeah,
Yes, all the stuff in the reliquary is still there.
Mim wants things, some prizes.
Can I grab the little sarcophagus thingy?
Yeah, the
Is it
the
like,
wooden
something
figurine of
that's
the
on
mummy.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's the iron?
It's 6
pendant
inches tall. You have a 6-inch tall mummy figurine.
Oh, wait, there's a knife, a dagger, the orb, a folded cloak, iron pendant.
A halfling skull.
A shriveled halfling head, actually.
Oh.
Shrunken, shriveled head.
Head still there.
Mm-hmm.
Too bad we don't have a bag of holding yet. We can just shove everything.
Yeah. How big is the cloak?
The cloak is made of stitched
yeah.
ghoul skin.
Sounds disgusting.
Yeah, I don't think I'm just gonna grab that actually. Can Mim grab the dagger?
The one with the rat skull set in the pommel?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay.
You have a rat skull dagger.
I have a question about that loot as well.
Shoot.
The bone dagger, does it look ornate or does it look like it could be used in battle?
It's made of human bone, so it'd probably not last super
Okay.
well in combat against metal.
Then I wouldn't even give it a second look. All right, so I'm gonna place the child in the crypt.
So this one is labeled Elizabeth.
Okay.
Walter's
It's
is
been many
empty.
weeks. Or it's been a few hours, but you know.
That's fair. So this was Rosavalda. This one's Thornvald. This one
Cool.
was Gustav. This one was Elizabeth. And this one was blank, and this one's labeled Walter. But it has no coffin
Alright.
in it.
Gonna lay him on the ground.
All right. You lay him there. You seal it shut.
And then I come back to everybody.
You guys want to go see if it's still foggy?
You guys want to go see a movie?
We killed the monster in the basement. I'm sure it's fine outside.
I proceed up.
Oh, we
Right.
don't want to use the secret path?
Oh, I guess. Yep. Okay, Sten.
Forgot about the secret path. Where's the secret path go to?
Secret tunnel.
The wolf room?
Yeah. Okay. Mim's also gonna grab the iron pendant of the devil and then head up. So that's
Okay.
So the house
it on.
seems like. Just seems like we're done in here.
The house seems quiet.
I don't think I want to go first. I'm not ready for an answer so quickly.
I'll go first.
This wooden statue that like harmed us greatly.
Currently handless.
I think I found a tinderbox somewhere in this house. Can I light this on fire?
You could try.
I want to try.
It'll take a while because it's solid wood. You'd have to really dedicate some resources to light it up with a tinderbox. But you could sit there if you really want to.
Oh, I have
Hey, you
druid
throw
crap.
it on the ground. I'll shoot a firebolt at it.
All right, it throws it on the ground and moves away.
Throw it on the ground.
You knock down the statue. And our points a finger and blasts it with fire. It lights up. And in the distance you hear a
The light head tilt.
Strahd's going like, this is what I'm up against.
What a warm, fuzzy feeling.
So sudden and new.
All right, I'm good now.
Well, I'm standing in my least favorite room of this entire house right now, so I'm gonna go ahead and climb that ladder to the here, right?
It's down. Oh,
There's
yeah, right
it.
over there.
Yeah, I thought it was over there. Okay.
Wolf staring at you.
You look out and you see a front yard, an open gate, and a drifting path towards what appears to be a small village.
I'm gonna run out of this house.
I instantly say, "Hold up!" and I run all the way back upstairs to the attic. And is Lancelot still there?
He is.
All right, I bring Lancelot along with us.
It wouldn't be D&D unless you adopt a pet or a monster.
Yep. True.
Yep.
All right. Let me. Grab Lancelot. Boop. Lancelot's now with you guys.
Yay.
You all exit the house. And this is what you see. Oh, wait, I have to put the tab on the right thing. Poof.
Oh, but we're gone now.
So this
Hence.
symbol, this token is the party.
Okay.
Okay.
And what you see is a sloping hill leading down to, I want to reveal, not hide, leading down into the beginnings of a village.
I would like to hang out on this nice fluffy grass for about an hour.
All right.
Yeah.
If that's all right with everyone.
Yes.
And cast Find Familiar as a ritual and get my damn owl.
All right.
Damn owl.
Hold on, let me switch the music from dripping cave noises.
Question is, are stuff back to us?
So roll me a perception check.
Oh, that's a 7.
I mean, that's enough. You notice
Okay.
sitting outside the gate, 5 very familiar packs.
I instantly rush over and open the pack.
Yep. Mim's gonna follow.
I hope I open Sten's. It's just all of his dirty laundry.
Just a bag full of carrots.
Jokes in
far
it's
too hokey.
eucalyptus leaves.
So now we have our original stuff back?
Yes, you have your original gear in addition to anything you picked up in the house.
I think I technically have 2 short swords then. Or no, I had. Did I? I don't know.
Maybe you have a lot of stuff now.
I do. I'm on my tiny person, apparently.
I'm so tiny.
I have a deed to a house.
Wait, don't we own this house?
I do. Excuse
Oh
me.
yeah, you do.
And I'm gonna go to town and try to sell it to someone.
I have
If
half
I-
a mind to just keep casting Firebolt at this house until it goes up in flames completely.
Do fairies even own houses?
Nah, I have a tree house, so yeah. And now I have this house. This fairy likes to own a lot of things.
Ground house.
Ah.
What does your owl look like?
So,
Oh.
as he summons this owl, using the Find Familiar ritual. You watch as he creates a small circle, starts drawing some arcane symbols, begins to use magic, and before long, a portal opens. And from said portal, I don't know if I can get this to play for you guys, but here, I'll drop it in the chat, and you guys can play it for yourselves. But I'll play it for stream. You guys hear this noise as this creature comes through the portal.
There, you can just walk with her.
And you watch as its feathers and skin are torn back into the portal, and you're left with a skeletal owl.
What the?
Well, he's looked better, hasn't he?
That's the most terrifying thing. Why?
Oh, my owl seems to have lost some weight between the last time I conjured him and now.
Oh my god. Does the owl seem calm now?
The owl after having all of its stuff ripped off seems to have calmed down, but was clearly an unpleasant experience.
Are you a necromancer?
I am not.
You made us sit here for an hour's time to summon an animal. Can't think of anything more rude. You could have
Is he
just
a friend
asked
of
me.
yours?
Well, maybe. Does Sten know that this comes from Faye?
The owl comes from the Fae?
Isn't Find Familiar? Isn't that some Fae-like creature?
It can. That's an option.
It can be, yeah.
But it depends.
Depends on.
Okay. Yes, that's Mauricio.
This is certainly not Mauricio.
Yes, look at him. Of course, I remember him having,
You have an owl
little
friend
bit
that's
more
all
color.
bones.
well, deep down, they're all bones. And,
Adam, I just messaged you 2 traits to add to your familiar based off of the fact that it is
Okay.
considered undead in this realm.
Got it.
It is also immune to things like turn undead, so just be aware.
Interesting.
Nah, this is my oldest friend. He's just a little bit more decorated for,
oh, yeah? Well,
for
then
the
what's his
creepy
name?
area we're in. His name is Doctor Who. He's an academic.
Oh, if I remember correctly, it was Mauricio who... Yeah, he ran into a lot of trouble with that name.
Dr. Mauricio Who.
Yeah. Nice to know he's... Well,
I hate that it's a pun.
Yeah.
I love it.
Oh God,
Oh
the
my
delivery.
God. Doctor Who.
Well then, now that we're all properly acquainted, I'm gonna go get that bag that looks like it used to belong to me at one point.
Oh, Stan, I gave you your bag.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Mim already has hers and
Thank
put
you.
all her stuff in there.
How did you know it's mine?
The green. It was telling.
Carrots.
Carrots.
The fur on
The
it.
strap looks like someone was gnawing on it a little bit.
Yes, I suppose all telltale signs.
All right, so
How
you
far away is
guys
down?
spend about an hour,
Mm-hmm.
gather your supplies, and it's about like maybe a quarter mile down to the village.
Let's go.
I mean, I assume we're walking, right?
Oh, Mim's flying. You shouldn't assume these things.
Oh, you're right. My bad.
So yes. To the village.
To the village
All right, so
and beyond.
you guys head down into the village. And as you walk closer, you see that the village opens up. And up on a hill overlooking the village, there appears to be a large building with some sort of grounds out back. And then the village spreads out to the south beneath it.
Okay.
As you walk into town, you hear the sound of small wooden wheels rolling across damp cobbles, and you trace the sound to a hunched figure bundled in rags pushing a rickety wooden cart through the fog.
Okay.
What time is it about? Where is the sun in the sky?
You distinctly notice that you can't see where the sun is. There's just this kind of like, you know, like when it's cloudy, how it's just kind of light.
Yeah.
It's like that. It's like this dim, gloomy, cloud-covered sky. And off in the distance, you can see lingering fog. But you can't see the sun.
Okay.
Like there would be a sun in a vampire world.
Mim is gonna attempt to sneak. And 14.
Okay?
She's gonna creep towards the guy with the cart. Like,
Are you what are you trying to do? Are you trying to follow them? Are you trying to observe them? Are you trying
Kill him
to...
and steal his stuff.
no, stop. I want to see what's in the cart. And I want to observe first. I'm observing first.
All
need
right,
to see what's in
so
the cart.
Mim goes sneaky and starts following this cart.
What is Mim doing?
The cart's going
I
this
have
way.
No clue.
I'm sorry. Are they pushing or pulling it?
They're pushing it in front of them.
I'm gonna call out.
You're gonna call out to the cart?
Yeah,
Lord of
yeah,
Him.
behind them.
All right, what do you call?
Excuse me. Hello.
She looks back at you, and you see that she's like a withered old woman with a
Oh.
hood. And she looks at all of you, and then picks up her cart and hurriedly starts pushing it away.
Is she fast?
She's hobbling, so
chase
she's
after-
not terribly fast.
Just chase after this elderly woman.
Well, I can't say I'm too terribly surprised. I mean, we led with a talking rabbit to start this social interaction.
He has a point. Maybe
I'm not gonna cast a spell. I have charm person.
Okay.
Ah.
Am I caught up with her? Like, we're keeping up with her? Like, how's that working?
You can be. You're sneaking. So are you following her?
I'll follow her for a little bit.
All right. So she makes it around the corner and then looks back and sees that she's clear. And she slows down and she goes up and she starts knocking on doors.
Is that a me problem? Did she run because of me?
maybe, I don't know, maybe one of the humans should take the lead.
Fine.
So she, I assume, parked her car, is knocking on doors.
She'll knock on a
Was there,
door.
like, can I see in the cart, like from where I'm at, like peeking around, or I'm flying?
Not without
so I
getting
guess-
closer.
Okay. Cool.
So Mim has followed the cart around the corner. Sten, Alistair, K9, and Andar are standing in the middle of the road.
And Lancelot.
Oh yeah, and Lancelot, the dog's
Our
And
new- our new
Lancelot.
pet. Yep. Can't forget Lancelot. Core party member.
Can I have rope. Can I make that a leash for Lancelot?
Yeah, sure, you could try.
I have rope.
You tie it
No,
around.
you
You tie a
Okay.
a loose rope around Lancelot's neck.
He had a collar. That's how we knew it was Lancelot.
Yeah.
I'll tie around the collar.
There you go.
Were we worried about this dog running away?
I mean, not particularly, but just in case he needs to be tied out anywhere, or we need to take
Right.
him on a walk.
Leash laws.
Yeah.
Give me a minute. So what are the rest of you guys doing?
I mean, I guess I'm waiting with Stun because everyone is so prejudiced against non-humans.
I'd kind of like to walk around this town and see if we see anyone else.
So are
I'm
you
gonna-
walking this other direction over here?
Split the party. Woo!
I'm gonna cast Disguise Self,
All right.
and I'm gonna do my best to look like a guy version of this old lady.
Okay.
Because I think Andar's the only human I've seen.
Okay.
Like ever?
Yeah,
Okay.
Well, you're the only rabbit person I've seen. So.
fair. And then where did they run off to? Is it this corner or this corner?
They went right from you guys. So they
So
went
this way.
over here.
That would be left
Well, you
as we're running, right?
right on the map. Your left in
Okay.
character.
So then I'm gonna hobble the exact same way that she hobbled away.
Okay.
Are you mocking that old woman?
No, this is a plan. It's gonna work wonderfully.
I follow.
I will also follow. I'm very curious.
All right.
Hey!
Did anyone answer doors yet?
Did anyone answer the doors?
Yeah, 'cause she
Um,
was knocking.
She was knocking, so
Knock,
I'm gonna
knock.
switch to more creepy music.
Oh. I thought she was just a nice old lady. I was
So
scared.
she knocks, and for most doors, people don't answer. But you do see one that she knocks, and somebody answers, and she's offering them an escape from the misery and despair of everyday Barovian life, and tries to peddle pastries for a single gold piece.
Oh,
Yum.
this is a nice little baker lady.
What could go wrong?
We don't know this though. Anybody who's not with you.
Yeah, I'm the only one that knows
So
that.
she's that. This is what's happening while you're watching.
Okay. And
Are you gonna
while
continue
she-
to follow?
Well, yeah. While she's distracted, I want to sneak up to her cart.
Okay. While she's making this one sale, you go and you see that the cart is just filled with pastries.
Yeah. How many people are in a part? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna try to take 5 pastries.
All right, roll me a sleight of hand check.
Oh God, do I have sleight of hand? Let's check. Okay. Yes. Cool.
Cool, cool, cool.
24.
All right, let me look up.
Old women passive perception.
Let me look up the pastry DC.
The poison pastry.
Sounds like a great store name.
I don't think it would do very well.
I mean, it depends on what it's for. It could be for selling poison pastries. You don't know.
It was all a front.
For the actual poison pastries. Who would sell
Alright.
poison pastries at the poison pastry?
You said what did you roll?
8, 19, 20, 24.
Okay. She turns around and goes, "What are you doing? Get your hands out of my cart!"
Are you kidding me?
She comes
This
down, she
lady-
slaps your hand away. Thief!
Are we coming up at about that time?
Yeah, you guys would be walking up.
I'm gonna be like holding a piece of silver, just waving it. Wait!
Is Andar standing back, or is he walking on with you?
No, I'm walking with you guys.
Oh, then I'm following.
She
I wanted
sees
to
the
see
group of you and goes.
where Sten was going with the old man thing.
She sees the group of you, swats Mim away, and hurriedly tries to push her cart down the road.
Stop running! I have the money!
The door that she knocked on that answered that she was selling to.
Mhm.
Are they still open? Like, were they watching this happen?
No, they shut the door.
Okay, I'm gonna go knock on.
Okay, you knock on the door. Let me pull up. A like frail, like early middle-aged woman with matted black hair and a ratty apron answers the door. Yes. And she sees you're a fairy. Her eyes go wide and she slams the door shut.
Well, that was rude. And Mim turns around and just says she's trying to sell some pastries. That lady.
Something tells me that this town is gonna be more than difficult with the likes of us.
Why is that?
Well, we have 2 humans, a construct, and 2 from the Fae.
If I dash, that's 80 feet. How much distance can I close?
Oh my God.
You can close.
I'm gonna do that while yelling. Wait, did I hear her say about the pastries? Did you say that to the
You
group?
would.
Yeah.
Mim did, yeah.
Oh, so Mim said that she was selling pastries. Yeah.
Yeah, she knows.
I'm looking for an escape, please.
Just fast
So
old man.
you book it down the alley. You make it to here. Let me open up more of the map as you're sprinting down this alleyway. You make it down like over here. You're about like this far down. The rest of the party is like here.
Oh God.
But you're like down here. In fact, I'll just pop you up here. So,
With the snail icon.
I don't know why you have the snail icon. But
Because
so
you're an old man.
so you're down over here. You catch up to her. She's like trying to hobble away. You close the distance, and she's like, "Wait, what do you want?"
I want it. Oh. I think I found myself lost.
Whatever.
Which way do I go?
Where are you trying to go?
Well, I thought I smelled something really tasty. And so I followed it. And now I don't know where I am.
She kind of looks at her cart and looks at you and goes, "I could offer you a pastry for a gold piece."
Oh. And if someone were to buy this pastry and eat it at a lovely establishment, where would they find themselves?
She looks around. She kind of looks at you warily, and she points off to your right down this way and says, "The tavern is that way."
These pastries, how tasty are they?
Well, you'll have to find out for yourself now, won't you?
Not even a little bit of a nibble for a weary traveler?
She takes out a single pastry and says, "1 gold."
5 silver.
I'm sorry. I'm not here to haggle with you.
1 gold, 1 silver.
Deal.
No, you said no haggling. Give me that.
She holds it out. 1 gold.
How about 7 silver?
Are you buying the
The
pastry
song.
or not?
Yes. I'll give her a gold.
Okay. She hands you the pastry and says,
Just like,
"Good doing business with you." And
The drug disguise self right there. The moment the exchange happens.
she panics and rolls her cart away.
Why am I so bad to you? Ugh. So I'll just start eating it as I walk back, I guess.
All right.
I am going to whisper something to the good doctor on my shoulder and send him off to explore the rest of this town from overhead as I lean up against the wall and my eyes go white as I'm seeing and hearing through my familiar.
Poof, you can see the map.
poof.
So you notice throughout the town that there are not very many people out and about, and everyone seems to be moving fairly sluggishly. You notice that this large building appears to be the tavern of town.
Okay.
And this building here appears to be some sort of mercantile general store.
While he's doing this, Alistair's just standing in front of him going like this and like trying to understand what's going on.
So where did Sten go?
I'm hiding behind the thing. I'm right here.
Oh, here, I'll just...
Oh,
poof
wait,
here.
we have. How do I
No, he
become?
just brought mine out.
Well, you're back together now, I presume.
Yeah.
So you guys, I'll put you here. Meet in the middle.
Okay.
All right, so
You guys see
when,
the lady hobble down around this corner and out of sight.
I'll call Doctor Who back after I get a good look at everything, and then my eyes kind of come back in, and I relay everything that I've just seen and heard to the group.
You just
Also,
saw Alistair
real
in front of you,
quick,
like,
Roll me one perception check for Doctor Who. As he does a once over. Because I presume you let him go for a few minutes, yeah?
Yeah. Would it be his or would it be mine, since I was using his eyes and ears?
Fair point. Go ahead and use yours.
22.
So, as you get the once over the land, you see through Doctor Who's eyes. The hag stop at a house down here. And she knocks on the door. And you see what appears to be some sort of altercation. And then she takes a child. And throws it in the cart and starts pulling the cart down this way.
And then, you know, Doctor Who gets back, I get my eyes back, and I'll turn to Sten and say, hey, Talking Rabbit, that old lady you were trying to court seems to have just kidnapped somebody.
Like licking my fingers as I finish the pastry. Oh. Which way did she go?
That way.
Well,
Do we want to run over there?
yeah.
Mim's starting to fly that way.
Right. I'll try and get ahead and push her back towards you guys. And so I'll start dashing.
Right.
I'll call back after
Here,
the
I'll
group and
give
say,
you your
"Haven't we
token
gotten
back."
into enough trouble from going after children so far?"
It's all part of the No Child Left Behind program, and
And I'll shrug and I'll follow.
All right, so which way are you going, Sten?
well, I would only know this direction.
Correct.
So I'm going to go this way.
All right, so then you see her. She's about here. She's about to turn the corner, and there's what appears to be a sack struggling in the back of her cart that was not there before.
I'm gonna keep running and try and get to it.
I'll be following you during this time, probably.
Yeah.
Most
same.
likely.
So, if you're all dashing, I presume you're keeping pace, or are you
Yeah, I was starting to get it.
separating?
He
I
said,
think I'm faster though.
yeah, and he said he was gonna try to get in front of her, and then, well, like, it seemed like he was trying to say we were gonna surround her.
All right. So to save time,
So my goal is to get in front of the cart, block her off, so that they
Yeah.
have time to catch up.
to
on
save
it.
time, she hears you coming, starts running, but you're faster than her, so you cut her off. She stops, and at that point, the party gets up behind her, and you guys have her surrounded.
I pull out my short sword.
Draw a crossbow.
What do you want?
This bag you've got intrigues me. Why do you have wiggling pastries?
Stay out of my
I think we
business.
should- I say we take a look.
Can I? It's weird to hold an action outside of combat, but if she moves towards Sten, I plan on shooting just above her head
All right.
as like intimidation.
She says, "If I open the bag, will you leave me alone?"
Oh, I suppose it depends what's in the bag.
She narrows her eyes. "I think you know what's in the bag.
Oh, I
Otherwise,
think-
you
I
wouldn't
think
have
I know
stopped
what's in the
me."
bag. I think it's a magical pastry. Does her face change at all?
No, she stays steady. So what is it
So
you
I'm-
want then?
I'm just gonna hold eye contact while opening the bag.
There's a small boy crying in the bag.
Oh,
I'm gonna walk up and attempt to restrain her hands behind her back.
She's gonna shy away from you. How forcefully are you gonna try and?
Very forcefully. As forcefully as a 7-foot, 300-pound robot can forcefully restrain an old woman.
All right. Roll me a strength check.
Strength or is it strength or just athletics, or which one?
Go strength, because she doesn't have an athletic score.
12.
All right. You managed to restrain her. So you hold her wrists.
And behind her back, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is anybody in this town taking notice to this happening?
The street's completely abandoned.
Okay.
I'm gonna like help the kid out of the bag, I guess.
Okay.
Is he like small enough to hold? I assume if he's in the bag.
Yeah, he's like a kid.
Okay, I'm gonna like start walking away and then turn around and I'm gonna give the kid to Andar. I seem to remember
want
reading
this?
some. No, I remember reading some stories about bunnies delivering things. I don't really want to be part of that story. Could you do this instead?
I'm gonna take this child and just kind of hold it out as far as my arms can reach. And just kind of look over to the lady and be like, old woman, before this tall robot restrained you, why were you so scared of us?
Strangers from the outside. I don't
see.
know you. I don't know your kind.
And what were you doing with this? And I kind of just...
As he does that, I'm gonna let the kid down and just like put him towards the dog, so he can just be comfortable. With
Okay,
the dog.
Lancelot comes and starts laughing at the kid. The kid's like crying though, and doesn't know what to do with the dog. As for her, she says, "I just collected my payment. Who are you to judge me?"
A kid?
How much gold is that worth?
If they can't pay, they have to pay some other way.
For pastries?
And I'll turn to Sten and be like, hey, Talking Rabbit, how are you feeling after eating that pastry?
Oh
You know what?
God.
I was feeling a little happier. Now I'm feeling a little morose. She didn't offer me the same deal.
Deal.
Can Mim investigate the pastries?
Sure.
How do I feel?
Food
check-
connoisseur.
Was it a good pastry?
They were tasty,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
fresh.
That's what I thought.
I got a nat 20 on investigating the pastry.
Appears to be pastries.
Old woman, what were you planning on doing with this form of payment? Surely banks don't accept it.
My business is my own. Who are you to question me? Strangers.
I fly up in her face and I say, "Your business is your own? Well, it looks like it's ours now too, seeing as you're a little bit."
What is it you
tied
want
up
from
with
me?
Man, what kind of pastries were they?
They just seem to be pastries. I
Various
don't know.
various like scones. There's like strawberry, blueberry.
That one had a jam on it. I recommend that one. That was very tasty.
I grab one of the pastries out and I say, "They seem to be normal pastries, but I don't know." And I put one towards the old lady's mouth. Say, "You should eat one."
I eat mine all the time. That's my stock. I'm not going to eat my own stock.
And then I just shove it into her mouth.
She spits it out on the ground and says, "Stop wasting my pastries. What does he want from me?"
Where are we?
Previously.
I think we probably made it to around here.
Yeah, you're about. Yeah,
Right.
you're here. I can.
This was
Poof.
the child's house.
You guys caught her around here.
Canine's just gonna start asking her, like, where are we?
We're in Barovia.
Where is Barovia?
What kind of question is that? It's here. The land,
there
the
any-
village. This is the village of Barovia. The land's also called Barovia. How do you not know this?
What's the most nearby location? City? Town?
Beyond the village itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beyond the village itself, what?
I said pulling out the map. Oh,
Oh,
that
yeah.
was a question. Beyond the village itself.
Yeah, as a question.
Oh. Yeah.
She points up, like, on a large mountain that overlooks the village, and there's a large castle. Castle Ravenloft.
Thunder.
Yeah.
Like
Is that who's in charge of Barovia?
You could say that.
Canine looks at the rest of the party and says, "You think maybe that's who we should talk to get out of here?"
I
think
feel like
for
we're not
now we-
getting very far with this lady.
What do you want from me?
to part
Would you-
ways.
When she says that, I walk up to her
Mm-hmm.
and accidentally discharge the hand crossbow into her foot,
Accidentally.
and then just give her the
Big
bird and walk
petitioner.
off, and say, "You're not taking the kid."
Hold on 1 second. I have to.
Okay.
Just fucking kill an old lady.
That's a picture of a hag.
What? Nah.
So you try and shoot her in the foot.
Yeah.
Roll the hit.
Okay. Nat 20.
Right. Roll me damage.
Kill the old lady. Shit. $12 piercing.
All right. It lands in her foot and she screeches in pain. How dare you!
I flip her the bird and say, "You're not taking the kid," and I walk away to the kid and the dog.
Fine. She like rests her arms from Canine.
She's that dead? Oh my god.
That's only a 9 for strength. I don't know if you want to contest it or not. If you're letting her rest her arms from you.
I don't care. She can go.
So she rests her arms. She takes her cart. She says, "I won't forget this." She rolls away.
Did she leave like a? Where did she put my payment?
She put in like a pouch on her hip.
I wouldn't be able to grab that. Okay.
Is it time to go visit the castle?
I think I saw a general store. I'd like to maybe resupply on some things and stop by there and see what they have.
I
And
saw a
our
tavern.
Good idea.
Look, she told me there was a tavern. I don't know if I believe her anymore.
do we know where this kid came from, or are we bringing a kid along in the group as well?
I certainly have no
You
desire
guys,
to bring a child.
you guys have been talking to the hag. You look, and the kid's already running back up the street toward his house.
Okay,
Oh,
thank
there.
God.
Problem solved itself.
The parents are gonna sell the kid again. Mim. Oh wait, no, never mind. Mim doesn't know where she's going. She didn't see anything.
So are we going to the stores? Do you want to rest? What's the...
I would
Ryan,
like to go to the store.
Is that it?
Shopping episode?
How much money did we start with?
Ryan's looking for the player handbook. Hold on a second. Is it underneath these?
I
don't think I
believe
used-
it.
I think it depends on where, like what
Like, are we rolling the class ones? Or
Oh,
whatever?
I just took basic because he said to start with basic starting equipment.
Yes. That
How much? Is that 25?
I think that does change on class.
Yeah.
Okay.
And background. You get gold from background in class. Oh, Ryan, by the way, did we level up?
Yes, I'm sorry. You guys leveled up to 3.
Okay.
I meant to mention that when you left. Is the squirrel back alive?
Yeah.
What squirrel?
Let's squirrel.
He's talking about me.
You fool.
That's a lot. That's a lot of gold. Are we cool?
Well, bards typically do start more.
It's 5d4 times 10. And I rolled 15.
All right. Time to roll my level 3 HP. Hit. Yes.
Oh, did we level up?
Yeah, we leveled up at the end of the thing. He just forgot. So
Gotcha.
you can add the...
Yeah, you guys are level 3 as of that as of the hour rest you guys did outside the house. Apologies.
Well, I could. That's fine.
Oh, I rolled a 1.
You fool. You should have rolled higher.
I wish I did.
I rolled a 2 last level. I rolled a 7 this time. So it's averaging
You
out.
have
I think I rolled like a 6 or a 7 last time, so yeah.
One is pretty low, dude.
Yeah,
Doesn't appear to
it's
be
that's as low as it goes.
I think it's yeah. You know, no matter what dice you use, there's always a 1 on it.
But that's still +4. That's not that bad.
I mean, just don't get hit.
With my AC, never.
All right. So where are you guys going next?
It seems like we want to get lodgings and also shopping for stuff. I'd probably find a place to put our stuff first.
All right. So you guys head into the tavern.
Seems like it, right? Okay,
Yeah.
right.
Well, didn't
Yeah.
you say there was like a shop?
Yes, there's a mercantile right here.
That's
Right
where I
next.
want to go.
All right. So are you guys splitting up, or are you guys going to decide on one versus the other?
I'll go with the group.
Yeah, I don't care.
I'm cool
Either
with
way.
shop.
Yeah, we can stop by the shop first. It's not flying. That's not a big deal. Let's go.
All right. So you guys work your way around, heading up this street. You make it about here before a moaning sob floats through the still gray streets, coloring your thoughts with sadness. and the sounds seem to flow from a 2-story townhouse off to your right.
Okay.
Up ahead right here is the shop.
Endar, do you need to still grab your stuff?
I would like to go see what they have.
Hurry up, we
Alright.
don't have all day.
So you guys head forward. You guys head in. And the sparse light from this building spills out from behind heavy drawn curtains, and a sign over the door, creaking on
Curtains.
its hinges, reads Bildrath's Mercantile.
All right, I'll walk. Is there like a counter inside?
Yeah, so you
I'm
walk
assuming?
in, and there's a balding man behind a counter polishing a stein, a wooden stein.
How does he react to us coming in or me coming in? I don't know who's with me.
Who all goes in?
I'll go inside with Endar. You
Yep,
never know what might happen.
I do as well.
All right, so he looks up and he sees Andar, and then he sees the rest of you, and he kind of bristles a little bit, and he says, "What do you want?" God, this is dramatic.
Boss fine.
I thought this was the most badass general store owner that I've ever seen before.
I'm gonna walk up to the counter and say, "Good afternoon. I think. Why does everybody in this town seem to be so hostile towards outsiders?"
Very hostile thing to say.
He says,
Because why?
"Well, I know, I'm working on that."
Best reason I've ever heard.
I'm looking up the specifics of villagers. We don't know your kind. We don't know what we believe. I've never seen their like before. Don't know if I can trust them.
Them? They're my pets.
When he said they're like, did he point to Alistair?
He points to literally everyone but Andar.
Okay.
But
When Endor says they're my pets, I'm gonna really aggressively slam my face into him, asking for a pet. I kind of want to make it hurt. Just like a giraffe,
I'll say, good rap.
keep your pets to yourself.
I would love to. And I'll ask them to go wait outside.
All right. Do you guys go
Then-
outside?
fine. Yeah, I'm
I
gonna
won't.
talk too.
I won't leave.
I'll blow this guy's mind.
All right.
Fine. Oh wait, outside.
Can Mim dip around in a corner of it and be sneaky?
Roll stealth.
Okay.
K9, are you leaving?
Yeah, he's gonna fall stun.
19.
Okay, so K9 and Sten go wait outside. Mim ducks behind a shelf. Alistair
Like, there,
stands
no.
there.
Now it's just us, pretty much. Tell me why everyone's so concerned about people they don't know. Why are you so scared? What are you afraid of?
Strange people bring bad news. Let's
An
just say...
example being?
Bad news, there's no more outside.
What?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Strahd doesn't take well to newcomers. Misfortune seems to
Strahd.
follow them wherever they go.
I
It,
see.
br-
And
it
where
draws
would he
too
be
much
located?
unwanted attention.
Is he over in the big fancy house up there?
Yes, Castle Ravenloft. He's the lord of the
Alright,
castle.
Okay. I see. All right. What do you have for sale here?
Well, all sorts of things. What can I interest you in? So he
I'm-
sells everything on the adventuring gear table, but they're all twice the price as listed on the adventuring gear table.
Some good profit margins.
Oh wow, lots of cool stuff.
Good lord, these prices are astronomical. How do you stay open?
Because those who want figure it out.
Uh-huh. Let me see.
Did Mim try to steal something? Some stuff? Like what's around her?
Around her is a bunch of like pretty much here, I'll just give you this. And then you can
Sorry.
you can
I
look
mean,
and then-
I have it up here,
everything
but so
on
I
that-
can choose from. Okay.
Everything on that is in the shop, so you can
'Kay.
find them in various places.
Yes, well, I will not be wasting more money than I need to here. I appreciate your resistant information, and I'll turn and leave.
Keep an eye out. Like I said,
Oh,
misfortune seems to befall newcomers here.
Are you threatening us?
Merely a warning, friend. I ain't threatening no one.
And I just leave.
All right,
I
Alistair?
say nothing and follow.
sounds good.
Maybe you're inside alone.
Hello. I'm looking at the list. There's a lot of good. Oh, Cap, is there a book around I can steal?
Just a book?
Yes, you know why.
Oh,
Because I don't have one.
one of
You
those
know why.
books.
Yeah.
Well, you would have seen. So you would have seen Andar using his book to summon
oh,
his
and I would
familiar.
have had one in my thing. Okay, never mind then. Can I try to steal the arcane focus and a healer's kit?
Well, which arcane focus?
What do you mean which? It
There's
just
a
says
whole
arcane
category.
focus.
Crystal orb, rod, staff,
Oh.
wand.
I think the orb looks cool and it reminds me of the one in the house.
All
Why
right.
on earth would you want something that reminded you of the orb in the house?
What reminded you of what you wanted in the house?
Okay, roll me a sleight of hand.
Okay. I'm afraid. Ooh, 19 plus 6, so 25.
Okay, I need to figure out what his perception is. Give me a sec.
This music is really scary.
Yeah, this
It's,
playlist is less than consistent.
It's foreshadowing what will happen if you fail your sleight of hand check.
Yeah,
I'm really afraid. Oh.
this is appropriate for shopkeep.
Be afraid. Be very afraid.
All right.
Oh, I
You managed to
see where it
lift. You managed to lift one orb.
is. Okay. Can I steal any health potions or no?
You could try.
Let me look though if there's a bag. Okay.
So so far
Alright, I
you've
will
got the
try.
arcane focus orb.
Yeah. I don't know how I'm gonna get out of this phase. So 15 for the health potion.
So you grab a potion, and right as you grab the potion, a back door opens, and this huge, like, very stocky, muscled young man opens the door, sees you, points, and goes, "Hey! Put it down!"
Well, I'm looking to buy it. I was about to ask how much it was. Is this how you treat all your customers? And I put the potion down and I just try to zip around and get out of there. I'm like, I'm never coming back to this establishment again.
Roll me a deception check.
Okay. 18.
All right. He buys it. He lets you flit out with your focus orb.
Did they close the door? Am I out? Am I just with the friends now?
You fly out. They don't stop you.
Cool. Look at this cool thingy I found, and she's like tossing it and playing with it. It reminded me of the other thing. Do you want it? And shows it to Andar.
Well, I'm not sure if I want contraband on me, but yeah, if you're not gonna need it, I could use it. And I'll
Like,
take it. Stick it in my
nobody,
little pouch.
nobody understands or appreciates my efforts.
All right. So you guys are outside the general store. There is crying and wailing coming from this house here. And across the square, you kind of see a few people milling about here and there. And there appears to be the tavern on the other end of the square.
Okay.
Would you like to go try our luck at the tavern?
Let's find a
Seems
place to
like-
put down our stuff.
Not very many people willing to talk with us for very long.
I agree. Do you find out why that is?
Yeah. The shopkeep said that it had something to do with Strahd and that misfortune follows the people who venture in here, and he was very cryptic.
Sounds very ominous.
Yeah.
Would we remember the name Strahd from the letter?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's the man who lives in that big fancy nice house.
Not
I'm
this
sure he
one,
must have answers.
but
Not the screaming house.
The castle, or probably the castle. She said it was like in the mount, like they're in the mountains, right?
yeah. So this one here is like it overlooks the town, and this is the house that you came from up top. But the castle's like a way off, like it's like up a mountain, overlooking.
Okay.
There's a castle in the mountains that she talked about. I'm sure someone important lives there. They might have answers on how to get back home.
Maybe
Let's be
we
off.
start small.
Let's be off to the tavern. See if we can't have a little bit of respite and figure out our bearings.
Right. Well, Alistair, I haven't had much luck talking to people, so maybe you should lead this one.
Sounds good. And I walk off towards the tavern.
All right, everyone follows, or
Yes.
Yeah.
all right. So as you guys approach, a single shaft of light thrusts illumination in the main square. Its brightness looking like a solid pillar in the heavy fog. Above the gaping doorway, a sign hangs precariously askew, proclaiming this to be the Blood on the Vine Tavern. You notice that the N has been scratched over what once was an F.
Okay. Oh, Alistair.
Well, let's go in. And I walk on in.
All right. So you open the doors and you see that this was like clearly once a nice place, but it's grown shoddy over the last few years. It doesn't seem to be greatly upkept.
That's a dump.
There's a blazing fire in the hearth that only seems to be putting off a little bit of warmth to the few huddled people within. You notice that there is a man, like, methodically cleaning glasses behind the bar. There are 3 maudlin dressed, kind of bohemian styled individuals drinking and laughing at one table. And then there is a man, blonde hair, brown tunic, chilling on his own at a table, just kind of looking out into the square through a window.
I look back to the party. Do we want rooms? Are we trying to find a place to be able to come back and lay down if need be?
Rooms would be a good idea, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere to set up shop.
All right. I go up to the man that was cleaning the glasses.
All right. What do you say?
It was a man, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
He's a pudgy little man. Just methodically cleaning.
Excuse me. We're looking for a place to lay our heads. Do you happen to have any rooms available?
Yes. I have rooms. 5 gold. Sets down a glass, picks up another, washes.
5 gold per person?
A room. Sets one down, picks one up.
I kind of just shake my head and look back at the group, and it's like, I say, how many rooms will do what we need?
I've seen rabbit cages. I would not like to stay with rabbit.
Sure, I know what a rabbit cage is, but I don't like the sound of it.
I'll stay with Sten.
The man who's chilling at the table says, "Oh, you're looking for a place to stay there.
Yeah.
What do you say I buy you a drink and you come over in here and chat with me?"
Okay. And I kind of like nod to the group in suspicion. And I walk over to the man.
He says, "Eric, I'll see at least 2 wines for these 2. And then he looks at Mim K9 instead and goes, "Oh, I know what you drink. What do you drink?"
Canine looks at Mim.
And Mim looks at K9, and then at Sten. Anything is fine.
You have carrot juice.
I doubt it, but we could ask. "Eric, you got any carrot juice?" And Eric just goes, "No."
I suppose an ale is fine.
All right, 1 ale, 3 wines. Ale, wine for the... What are you exactly? Flying...
Oh,
Mim.
me?
Yes, you.
I'm a fairy. Duh.
Right, so wine or ale for you, fairy?
Wine, I guess.
All right, 4 wines. Right, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 wines, 1 ale, and then, do you drink? The
I
machine?
must decline.
All right, 4 wines and an ale. Eric starts
Who is
pouring the
who's
drinks.
closest to me in our party? Like, anybody follow me up to the table?
I mean, I'm pretty much just close behind whoever's in front, so I guess I'd be the closest to you, unless someone else is.
Stan, are you at all close to me?
Probably next to K9, so he's probably in the middle of us.
All right, I'm gonna kind of quietly, under my breath, say over to Stan, how old is Mim, and should she be drinking?
He doesn't hear this, though.
She's probably.
I was
like,
attempting not to.
I mean, could be like 400. Could be 50. I don't know. Probably
Okay.
fine. Should be probably fine.
Just leave it.
So Eric comes and delivers drinks to everybody. The blonde man gives him some coin, motions for you all to sit, and says, "So, I don't recognize the likes of you. Who are you? Where are you from? Tell me about yourselves." Starts sipping on his wine.
Well, my name's Alistair, and my friends and I, we just kind of blew into town like the fog, I guess.
Oy, that's not a good sign, but
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Found an interesting house up on a hill.
Oh,
Pretty
did you?
sure it tried to kill us.
Oh, you don't mean Death House, do you? No,
The
let me
name
guess.
would be appropriate.
Northeast of town.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you don't want to
That'd
be
be the
there.
one.
That place haunted.
Well, not anymore.
Really? What
Yeah,
makes you
I
figure?
Well, when we left it, the house was completely calm, and I mean, we're here now, aren't we?
Interesting. So, would you say that you all are the capable sort? You seem to handle yourselves well if you made it out of that house alive.
I'm very capable, yes.
I look around at the friends, and I go, I think I'm gonna have to agree with the construct here.
All right, so, I mean, I know I've just met you, but I could really use a favor if you're I know I said favor. I could really use a favor if, you know, you'd be so inclined. I've been looking for people capable like yourselves, and let's just say, most people around here aren't the most cooperative sort.
Well, you
Names
said,
us for friends. What's your name, friend?
Ismark.
Ismark. This is Mark.
Ismark Kolyanovich.
Oh, bitches.
Kolyanovich, yeah.
Lanovic, yeah.
Kolyanovich?
Kolyanovich. Ismark Kolyanovich.
Cole.
What are you, writing a biography?
Run about
I just might. Let's start at the beginning, Ismark.
All right.
How did you find yourself in Barovia?
Barovia, the village or the land?
They're the same thing.
No, they aren't. The whole region's called Barovia, but this village is also conveniently called Barovia.
Ah. I guess it easy on naming, terrible for maps.
Agreed.
We're looking for a way out of Barovia.
The village or the land?
Both.
No, it's
Understood.
not both, but it is both, you know.
Yes.
Well, the village is easy. The land, not so much so.
Why is that?
Well, Strahd doesn't exactly allow anyone to leave.
Can you go more in depth? Allow. What stops me from just walking out? Brute force.
Well, if you want to die, you could most certainly try. But what's going to occur is you're going to make it to either a few miles east, or you'd make it quite further, significantly west. But if you go a certain amount in any direction, you'll come to what appears to be impenetrable fog. If you attempt to break through that fog, you quickly become exhausted and suddenly find yourself turned around back to where you came from. If you determinedly try to force yourself further into the fog, at some point you'll just kill yourself from exhaustion and various other ailments, if you will.
You seem to know a lot about this. Are you originally from Barovia?
I'm
Or
born
did
and
you
raised.
come here like we did?
My father is the burgomaster of the village, or was.
Is your your father still around?
Unfortunately, no. He passed away just last week.
Condolences.
Thank you. And in a way, I guess I'm the new burgomaster, but I know I don't exactly live up to the expectations of my father to most people here.
Well,
But
you said that you might have had half a place for us to stay, and you said that you need something done.
yes,
Go ahead and go
about
into details,
that.
friend.
My sister. You see, Strahd seems to have taken a special interest in her, and I don't believe that it's safe. I'm hoping to find a group to escort her to Vallaki. It's a decent journey to the west, but I've heard that they're well reinforced, and I don't believe that it's safe to keep her here anymore, especially with my father's passing.
What's your sister's name?
Irina.
Ismark and Irina.
Is Castle Ravenloft to the west?
To the north, I think.
It's northwest.
Yeah.
I mean, we're definitely more than capable of that, but is this something that your sister wants to do?
Well, she refuses to leave until we bury my father, but we haven't exactly been able to get his body to the chapel. You see, our house has been beset by wolves and all sorts of means of various inconveniences, if you will, over the past few weeks. It's ultimately what caused my father's heart to give out. Oddly enough, the attacks have stopped since his death, but between the town knowing that Strahd's taken a special interest in my sister and the passing of my father, no one seems to help us. And we're not exactly capable of... I'm not capable of bringing the body myself, and I'm not comfortable letting Irina leave the house.
I have a follow-up question, if I may.
Of course.
Would this be crossing Strahd? And what are the I guess two-part question. What are the penalties of crossing Strahd?
Well, the penalties of crossing Strahd are quite dire. Let me begin there. Torture, death, various other effects. He is quite powerful and has a variety of resources at his will. As for crossing him, it depends on if he knows her whereabouts. As of now, he knows that she's here and has been attempting to woo her. It seems that he is near obsessive. I'm hoping to move her without his knowledge.
So she stays in your house where all of these wolves have been attacking?
That's where she is, but I don't believe it's safe. He leans in and kind of looks around. He says, he's already found her twice.
How did that go over?
Well, let's just say if he finds her a third time, I don't believe that I'll have a sister much longer.
How many people have you asked?
They aren't the most capable sort around here. There's not so many to ask.
You say creepy and liking, but then you also say you might not have a sister. What exactly does Strahd want with her?
Well, Strahd's attracted to her. He desires her more than your typical romance affair.
Okay, I see creepy. But not having a sister, wouldn't he want to keep her safe?
Well, he wants to turn her into a vampire.
I don't know what that
Strahd's
is.
Yeah,
Right,
Alistair
you're
know
from
what
out
that
of
is.
town. Years ago, Strahd was a human man. He conquered the valley in honor of his father, built the castle in honor of his mother, established what ultimately became the land of Barovia. But after years of leading After many years, the land fell to darkness. The sun was blotted out. The sky turned gray. And the mist rolled in. And Strahd grew more powerful. Became both part vampire, part wizard, part undead menace. And ever since, no one's been able to leave. Few enter, but most of them don't last. Strahd seems to toy with them, and then once he grows bored, disposes of them.
And these vampires, how do they work exactly?
Well, they're undead. They drink blood. And if they drink your blood, enough of it, you become a mindless vampire spawn under their control, unless they allow the spawn to drink of their blood, in which case they become a full-blooded vampire.
Can anybody just become a vampire?
Well, it depends. The spawn or the full-blooded?
I don't know what I'm asking.
I don't know what you're asking either.
So say I'm a vampire, and I want to turn someone into a rabbit vampire as well, and I'll just stare at Andar.
Okay.
How does one do that?
Well, you'd have to drain the blood of your victim, and then allow them to rise as a vampire spawn, at which point you'd have to allow them to feed on you.
Oh, and I'm so sorry. That'll never happen.
Oh, and here you got my hopes up, Talking Rabbit.
All right, well, vampire rabbit aside, this sounds like an issue. And we certainly want to help, I think. And I look around to the group. But we are in need of a place to lay our heads.
Well, that I could
and
provide.
Perhaps a cleaner glass for this wine.
Eric walks up, grabs your glass, pours your glass into another glass. It just trades you glasses and goes and cleans the one that you were drinking from.
Thank you, kind sir. I'll just set it down.
God, what is up with the intensity of this playlist, dude?
Barovia, man.
Such a good lore song.
How far
No
a walk
joke.
is Valaki?
It's multiple days' journey.
And the conditions of the walk? Scary?
Well,
Dangerous?
there are wild beasts. There are Strahd spies. Let's see. Where's the scale for the map? One hex. It is...
Oh my god, it's huge.
It's
you.
I'll estimate. It's about 30 miles northwest.
Kanon, you're very adept at fighting.
Thank you.
How are you at secretive escort missions? Any knowledge?
I'm a killer robot. I'm designed to kill. I'm very good at killing things that are interfering with the escort mission.
Well, at least I know I chose a capable group then.
But I fear we're a very loud group. And I'll just gesture all of us. And we clearly don't look like we belong.
We definitely turn heads.
You definitely stand out, but I also know Irina can cover for herself if attention is drawn, as long as you don't draw the attention of Strahd himself.
What if we had a little chat with Irina and then made our final decision.
Sounds
See
good to
how
me.
capable she might be.
Of course. I'd be happy to arrange such a meeting.
One more question.
Of course.
May I have another ale?
Not a problem. He orders another ale.
Nice.
Can you tell us anything about that big house with property on it to the northwest of town here?
Yes, that's the church. I wouldn't recommend going. The priest has fallen on hard times and isn't the most sound of mind anymore.
Noted.
Sound of mind.
I recognize that you're not from here and you're not exactly familiar with vampires or the land or anything. Is there any questions I might be able to answer for you in regards to anything, really?
How much do you know?
I mean, I was born and raised here.
All right. Well, if it happens to arise, do you know weaknesses?
Well, here's what I know. I know he must rest in his coffin during the day, although it's very difficult to tell day or night here anymore. He can summon wolves and vermin to do his bidding. He can transform into bat, wolf, or cloud of mist. And he also can dominate people's minds if he stares at you. So that's worth noting. To my knowledge, he can't enter a residence without permission. Running water burns him. Sunlight causes vampires to burst into flame, although I can't remember the last time I saw the sun. And it's believed, I don't know for sure, but it's rumored that Strahd is a cursed place upon us due to some ancient sin of our ancestors, but that could be an old wives' tale. I don't really know for sure.
Another question.
Mm-hmm.
Are we the first out of Barovia to have made any Barovians' acquaintance?
No. There's many like you who have shown up at some point or another, but
And what
they
has
all
befell them?
disappear before long. Or die.
Do they seem to disappear in a one spot?
No. It seems...
That's actually more frightening of an answer.
It seems that strangers who do come by gain their footing, set out, and are either never seen again or discovered dead. Some by Strahd's hand and some by others. But yes, your journey, were you to take it, would be filled with various creatures. Wolves, dire wolves are issues. There's also bats.
And we're doing this for a night's rest?
Well, I would hope you do it out of the good of your heart, but I could probably arrange some sort of favor. My father was the burgomaster. Or maybe
Sounds like
limited
you are
gold.
now.
Yes, true. I'm still getting used to that. Valaki lies in the heart of the valley.
Well, we'll certainly need a map to make sure we know where we're going.
I have one back at my house.
Well, arrange the meeting with your sister. We'll talk. We'll see if she's willing to tag along with us.
He gets up. Well, let's go see if we can arrange that meeting then. And he walks out.
Okay, I was
Well.
meeting next day or something, but okay.
You guys gonna follow him, or are you just gonna let him walk out?
Yeah. Follow.
Start following him.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, so
Times of
he.
the
As-
essence.
As we're walking, keeping a little bit behind him, I just turn to the group and I'm like, is this something we want to do?
Well, we have to get out of here somehow, and maybe this will earn us a favor or two that'll help us a little bit along the way.
Definitely seems like a step in the right direction.
Don't you think that we should ask Strahd about being able to leave this place first?
You know,
I think the more we're learning about Strahd,
the thought did not really come to mind.
So, Ismark leads you down this road. You pass by the house that the wailing is coming from, once again.
Oh.
Okay.
And you walk up to a weary-looking mansion behind a rusting iron fence. The iron gates are twisted and torn, and the right gate lies completely cast aside, where the left swings lazily in the wind. The stuttering squeal and clang of the gate repeats with mindless precision as it swings back and forth against its grate. You notice as you walk up, weeds choke the grounds and press with menace upon the house itself. Yet against the walls, the growth has been tramped down to create a path all the way around the building. Heavy claw markings have stripped the once beautiful finish of the walls, and great black marks tell of fires that have assailed the mansion. Not a pane nor a shard of glass stands in any window. All the windows are barred with planks, each one marked with stains of evil omen.
As we're passing the house with the wailing, I want to send my familiar just kind of around the house to see if it can see in any windows and let me know what's going on in there.
All right. It flies around, and you catch the briefest glimpse of a single woman just crying on the floor of this house.
All right. And I'll relay that to the group. I'll say, there appears to be a woman weeping in this house. I have no idea why.
Yes, that's Mad Mary. She lost her daughter. It's quite the story.
Did she lose her daughter to an old lady selling pastries by chance?
He looks at you. No, not to my knowledge.
How'd she lose her daughter? Do you know?
Well, not exactly my place to say, but I believe she ran away.
Hmm.
You see, it's not my place to say, really, he says, and he walks up, knocks on the door, and a little slit in the door slides open and closes, and the door opens to reveal a kind of like copper-skinned woman with like swept to the side black hair, cut at about shoulder length. He says, what did you do to your hair? And she looks at him and says, this red hair's brought me nothing but bad luck. The least I could do is cover it up.
Wow.
And so Ismark turns to you and says, well, this is my sister, Irina. She turns
she
and
hot?
she... Huh? Is she hot?
is she hot?
She's...
What a bar.
She's a 5 out of 7.
That's a perfect score.
Perfect score.
But yeah, so
Splendid.
she
It's
kind
splendid,
of she
Strahd.
kind of like bows her head at you. And who might you all be?
Well,
Well, I'm Stan. Nice to meet you. Not a
Well-
vampire. I've just learned what they are. Don't worry.
Well, Sten, I'll admit I've never seen someone of your kind before. What exactly are you?
suppose a bard. I don't know. Play a little music.
Oh, of course. My apologies.
I
And
could
just kind of laughs in the background.
regale you with a song.
Well, why don't you come in before we draw too much attention?
Again, not a vampire, but I've just learned that that's one of the rules.
Fair.
Can they all come in too? Not vampires.
Well,
Fucking Rabbit, you're making us sound a lot like vampires.
No. I've said we're not, so it's clearly not.
she kind of looks at Ismark, and Ismark, like, looks at you and says, I think we'd know if you were vampires.
I'm sorry. I've had 2 ales, and it's kind of been a while. It's just time. Anyways,
Let's go in.
are there any like signs of scratch marks? Because you said attacked by wolves
All
and
around this building. Like, the whole thing is scratched and burned. It's in rough shape.
Ismark, how could you tell if we were vampires?
Well, for one thing, you'd be
question.
paler.
Is there another thing?
Well, you'd probably be trying to feast on our blood. I imagine that... Well, what specifically are you asking? Like physical traits?
You just made it sound like it's very, very obvious who's a vampire and who's not.
Well, they
And
don't have
apparently we
blood
might
in
be
their veins.
encountering some of them.
They don't have blood in their veins. They're very pale. None of you seem particularly pale. He's outright green.
Yes, but a pale green nonetheless.
Okay, yes, but
Alistair just kind of stays quiet because he literally can't see my skin. I'm completely covered.
Anyways, you have any coffins laying about. I'm in the mood for a nap.
well, are you going to come in or are you going to...
We should probably stop fucking with the NPCs.
I thought I already walked through, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're in.
So you guys enter in. So the interior of the mansion is well furnished, yet the fixtures show signs of great wear. Noticeable oddities are the boarded up windows and the presence of holy symbols in every room. In a side drawing room on the floor lies a simple wooden coffin surrounded by wilting flowers and a faint odor of decay. So they let you all in and shut and bar the door behind you. And Ismark turns to Irina and says, Irina, I want these people to take you to Vallaki. And she turns and says, no, I'm not going to Vallaki until we bury our father. How dare you try and send me off before we take care of him? I can just talk between NPCs if you like. I can.
Seems family moral.
This is a moment they should talk it out.
All right, Ismark says, but Irina, I want to keep you safe. I want to make sure that Strahd doesn't find you. She says, I'm not going anywhere until we bury our father. It's the least we can do. He raised us. How dare you imply I'm just going to run away with strangers, no less?
So, why don't we just bury your father?
Well, that would be great, she says.
Have you
Okay,
a
so
shovel?
We're not going to bury him here. We have to take him to the church.
It's told explicitly to avoid the church.
I see the problem now.
well, why can't we just bury him here?
Because it would not be a proper burial if he is not set to rest at the church. I would not bring dishonor to my family like that.
Wouldn't it be more dishonorable to bring him to a creepy, weird place to bury him? I'm just saying.
A creepy, weird place like the church? Are you implying that our church is creepy and weird?
Your whole town's kind of creepy and weird.
Also,
Valid
Ismark said
point.
the church was creepy and weird.
Well, Ismark kind of backpedals. It's not that the church is creepy and weird. It's just that the priest is not exactly all there.
So can we bury him without the priest?
Yeah, if he's not always all there, we'll just do
Yeah.
it when he's not there.
Yeah, we could always just go bury him in the cemetery. We don't need the priest for that.
All right, sounds like a plan.
All
Killing
right.
the priest is- killing the priest is okay though, if necessary.
Alistair turns to Ismark and
Correct.
says, "Do you have a washroom?"
Well, yes, of course. It's right down the hall there.
And then, thank you. And then I walk off because I need to use the bathroom.
Yeah, I do too.
Now,
Classic.
Kenan, just because someone's creepy and weird doesn't mean they deserve to die.
Well, I just need confirmation on what is more important: being able to bury the father, or being able to, or keeping the priest alive.
I'm sure we can do both. And I'll look at the brother and sister. Right.
Well, I imagine. I don't understand why those things would be mutually exclusive.
So what's wrong with this priest exactly?
He lost his son. Well, lost his son. His son came back different. And
Uh-oh.
he's never been the same since. The priest, that is.
Is his son still there?
That's the rumor. No one really goes to check anymore.
Kena and I might have misspoken. Maybe there are monstrous tendencies over there.
I wouldn't be surprised.
What was the last contact the priest had?
With outsiders or with citygoers?
I suppose anybody who's not his son.
Well, I can't think of anyone who's frequented the church anytime recently. It was about a year ago that this all happened. He hasn't really left the church since.
Maybe he died in there.
Maybe the newest burger. What did you say?
Burgomaster.
Master. A perfect example of a town leader. Should go investigate.
Well, I suppose if we're taking my father for burial, we can stop by.
Well, I would much rather transport a cooperative passenger than a non-cooperative passenger.
So, then, is the plan that we'll take the body, bury the body, check on the church, and then circle back here?
That sounds like an alright plan to me, but oh good, Alistair, you're out of the washroom.
Alistair walks back and says, "Yeah, sounds good." Didn't hear any of it.
Bury the dad, and then check out the church, and then come back.
All right. Irina says, I'll stay here until everything is taken care of. I don't think it's safe for me to go out.
I would have to agree.
All right.
I think we're all going to take turns using your bathroom.
Apparently.
Can we just take a
Do you
minute?
want to just take a 5-minute bathroom break?
Sure.
Can we-
Yeah, I mean, they have more than one bathroom, right?
Yeah, all right. So we'll see everybody in 5.
Cool.
Alright.
Ryan, I sent you a Facebook message.
Okay. I can't look at it because my phone is actively a camera right now.
You can look at it on your computer.
That's true, but the
The
amount of
old-fashioned
windows,
way.
the amount of windows that I'm juggling.
$43 for food.
Well, it's more just a clarification. That's not secret, but you were just away.
I believe so, but let me look.
because it's not technically an attack.
So yes, you can do that because it's technically a saving throw. Yeah, it says for something to be considered an attack, it must involve an attack roll or otherwise must be called an attack, which it is not. Cool, there you go. So yes,
Thanks.
no problem.
Yes.
All right. So he goes and like lifts up one end of the coffin. So are you all gonna help me out here, or?
Of course. And Kanan will walk over.
I give Lancelot over to his sister. And then pick up the coffin.
Oh, we're gonna leave.
Irina
Lance-
looks at Lancelot and says, is this yours?"
Seemingly so. If you want to take care of him, I'd much appreciate it.
I'll see what I can do.
Nod and pick up coffin.
All right. So you guys carry the coffin out and through town, and as you guys are walking, Ismark says, "You know, I really appreciate the help. We were at a wit's end here for a bit. Every night we were being attacked by wolves, just ceaselessly. My father couldn't handle the stress."
So you guys have never tried to leap Barovia before?
Well, some have tried, but as I said, they only make it a little ways before they choke on the fog. Not exactly a safe world out there. So, let me scoot up the map. So, you guys walk through town with this coffin, and people are giving you a really wide berth. What few people there are. And you climb up the hill to the gate of this like wrought iron fence that seems to go around the entire grounds behind the back of this church. And Ismark opens up the gate, allows you to carry in the coffin, and you guys go and find a nice plot that Ismark says belongs to his family. And you dig a hole, lay the body in it, cover it back up. Whole thing takes about maybe 4 hours
Easy peasy.
between the group of you.
Cool.
By the end, Ismark, sweating, wipes his hand off his brow and says, "Well, with that done, I know. That's going to be a weight off Irina's shoulders. So what say we about that church then?
All right.
Sounds like a plan.
All right.
Would someone of my complexion be welcome in his presence?
I'll admit, most people around here are pretty skittish when it comes
Racist.
to people they don't recognize. It's not very often we see your kind walking around here, but I'll be honest, I don't think that Donovich has many screws left, so what few screws loose he has or bounce around in his head, I don't think it's going to make much difference.
I'm just not interested in fully unhinging.
Valid point. I guess it's a gamble.
You just don't want to go into the church.
I don't want to know what a vampire is, and I'm worried that maybe... I don't know. Yes, I don't want to go.
Well, you don't have to go if you don't want to.
Oh, but you're all going, I have to go.
That's
Can
not.
you
That's not how that works.
Oh,
Can
of
you-
course it is.
old man again?
Oh, I suppose I could.
Always an option.
Well,
Old man again.
It's a thing.
while they're still talking, I'm gonna try to be sneaky, which is gonna
Okay.
be a 23.
Okay.
And then I creep up towards the church. Are there windows? Are there any open doors?
There are
Thing-
windows.
Like stained glass, or can I actually see in them? These-
The ones on the north side are stained glass.
As much as I hate to agree with Talking Rabbit here, we've buried their father. Can't we just go back?
Well, we don't have to go to the church. It just seemed that you wanted to investigate.
I'm fine with not investigating things in this town.
I think if the priest never, showed his face when we were taking care of your business, I suppose, maybe we don't need to.
Entirely up to you. I'm flexible either way. I've got no attachment to the place, at least not recently.
This place seems like it needs help.
Whoa.
It's okay, I know you on team investigation.
Kanon raises his hand.
Can Mim fly
Very,
up
very, very like short.
I mean, it doesn't hurt to check in on your townsfolk.
I want to be useful. We should investigate.
Very
Please.
well.
All right, well, then off we go. And so he leads you back around to the front of the church. And you see, so as you approach the church, the roots of this pillar of, basically there's like a giant pillar stone that supports this mountain that overlooks the town. And up on that mountain is the castle overlooking the town. But set kind of into that along the side of this hill is the church itself. And it's obviously weathered the assaults of evil for centuries on end. It's worn, it's weary, a bell tower rises towards the back, and flickering light shines through holes in its shingled roofs. The rafters seem to strain feebly against their load. The heavy wooden doors are covered with claw marks and scarred by fire.
And the doors are closed.
They are. But
I'm gonna
Ismark
walk
walks up and
Okay.
puts a hand on one and says, "All right, are we ready?"
You should let me go in first, Ismark.
Be my guest.
And Kanan will walk up and open the doors. Double doors.
All right, so you open the doors.
Okay.
And, ooh, let's wait for it to render. There we go. So you see down this
Rendering.
main hallway.
Okay.
Oh.
Let me see where you guys are.
We don't exist.
I need to put your tokens in.
We don't exist.
Why does Sen have a snail on all of these?
He's part animal.
Yeah, it's a bad joke.
He just wants you to know both speeds for a lawnmower.
I like that. That's a good one.
All right, so K9, you're here. Actually need to make an Ismark real quick.
I get my ninja mask. Oh,
And dead.
dead. My wings just stopped working and I fell.
That'll work. Speed making tokens. Poof. Suddenly, Ismark.
Whoa, he's huge.
There you go.
Suddenly.
Suddenly I see. Suddenly I see. It's a good song. So
So yeah, so you see that as you open the doors, there's these 4 doors that are all shut down this main hallway. And then you're looking down through the hall. There's a 10-foot wide, 20-foot long hallway leading to a brightly lit chapel. The hall is unlit and reeks of mildew. 4 doors, 2 on each side of the hall, lead to adjacent chambers. You can see the chapel is strewn with debris, and you hear a soft voice from within reciting a prayer. Suddenly, the prayer is blotted out by an inhuman scream that rises up from beneath the floor.
That rises up beneath the floor, like near where the up, like where he is, the guy up in
It's
front of us.
unclear. Just you can tell it's underneath you.
Cool.
So we can see this guy. Is he reacting?
You can
Or-
see him. He's just praying.
Oh, oh yeah.
Kanan's just gonna walk up to him and tap him on the shoulder.
You walk up to him. You tap him. He looks up. He's, whoa, what's it you?
I'm K9. Are you the priest?
Yes. I am Donovich.
How is everything here in the church?
Fine. Everything's fine.
Do you need help?
Oh, here, let me... Since you guys are coming into the main room. Poof.
Oh wow.
Why does every building we walk into in this town have to be so filthy?
And destroyed.
Oh my god.
Wait, you said that these were doors down here?
Yes.
Can I pick? Can I open one?
Yeah, which one do you want to open?
We'll open this one since there's one.
Open
Alright.
all of them.
So,
Yeah, I will open all of them. Are they locked? I can pick locks. I can use my mage hand now that I have it to pick an lock. So
so you open this door. Time and neglect have punched holes in the ceiling of this moldy room, which contains a few broken roof shingles and amid puddles of water. In one corner, set into the floor, is a heavy wooden trapdoor held shut with a chain and a padlock. A young man's screams of anguish can be heard through the door.
Love it. Okay. I'm gonna open the other door.
Right?
Okay.
This one is a dirty, lightless room containing a wooden bed with a straw-filled mattress. Mounted above the bed's headboard is a holy wooden symbol.
Do I recognize the holy symbol?
Roll me a religion check.
Okay. Oh, 4 plus I don't know what.
You do not.
7. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna take it.
All right. It's like large. It's like on the
Oh,
wall.
I'm not gonna take it. Okay. She's still sneaking, but she's back here. I'll let them deal with their stuff, and then I'll.
All right. Creepy taps is perfect for this. But so, K9, you were speaking to Donovich.
Do you need help?
Can you save my son? Have you been sent to save my son?
Yes, I was sent here to serve that purpose. Where's your son?
He's in the basement. And you hear
Where? Go ahead.
You hear from beneath the floor, "Father, I'm starving, Father! Please!" The chapel is in shambles, overturned and broken pews littering the dusty floor. Dozens of candles mounted in candlesticks and candelabras light every corner in a fervent attempt to rid the chapel of all shadows. At the far end of the church sits a cloth-scarred altar, beneath which Donovich has been praying. Next to him hangs a long, thick rope that stretches up into the bell tower.
Oh, so like the sound, it was coming from underneath this little thing in the middle right here.
It's coming from under the floor.
Under the floorboards.
Mm-hmm.
Is there like a board that I can like lift up, or like this?
It doesn't appear to be. It appears to be all solid floor. You just hear it from beneath you.
How do we get underneath?
Mim goes, "Canine over here." Also, do I have to see a creature to be able to put it to sleep?
Using the sleep spell?
Yeah. I'm looking at it now.
It says targets is creatures within 20 feet of a point you choose within range. So you have to be able to see the point, yes.
Okay.
Probably not the point, not the creature, right? So
Yeah.
like, as long as you can cast it.
Correct. You don't have to see it. You have to see the point that you're casting it at, and then anything within 20 feet of that point.
So if I like cast it on the trap door, would it have to be? It couldn't go like. I don't know. That's fine. I will. Okay. Anyway, I've told them it's over, and there's a door in here.
What happened to you, kid?
Let me see what he knows.
If Mim says the canine's is gonna sprint over to the trap door.
Oh no.
No, she's gonna be like, wait.
When I like as I'm coming up, or like when I'm trying to enter
As you're coming, as you're coming up, so you were like sprinting over here, and she's like, wait, and then comes it like tries to block you, or she's tiny, so I don't know how she can block you, but.
I mean, if you're saying that earlier, he'll stop and say, "What's wrong?"
Well, the minute
Time's
that
of the essence.
So the minute K9 runs off, Donovich is gonna follow and be like, "Wait, you have to save him. You have to promise me you'll save him."
I will save him.
Oh, but why is he locked up in there?
He came back twisted. He's not himself. I've been praying for answers. I want to save him without destroying him.
He said he was hungry. When was the last time he ate?
What did he eat?
It's been almost a year.
Cool. Cool.
He would be
And
dead
he's-
if he ate a year ago.
Yeah.
I'll shout out to. Oh my God, what is his name? Ismark?
Mhm.
Is that one of the signs?
Well, I don't know any humans who'd last a year without eating. Donovan
Priest.
just starts crying on the ground, just breaks down.
Priest, is your son a vampire?
I don't know. He came back different. I just want to save him.
Came back from where?
Wait. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ah. He left with some other teenagers and some wizard. They tried to storm the castle. He came back different.
The vampire castle.
Yes.
Yeah, he's
Ismark. Is it possible to save someone from vampirism?
Well, not to my knowledge.
I feel like we're underprepared for this.
I would have to agree.
I'm gonna open the door next to me and wander into that room away from the sobbing person.
Poof. It is a dirty room containing a wooden bed with a straw-filled mattress, next to which rests a small table with an oil lamp burning brightly on it. Mounted above the bed's headboard is a wooden sun-shaped holy symbol.
What's this black room? Is there a door?
There's the door.
Maybe.
You want to open that one up too?
Doesn't it
Stand
kill you that I'm
Walk
standing in
the
front of it?
door, yes. She's gonna go kind of shove around him and open the door.
Poof. An old desk and chair stand against the south wall, a wooden holy symbol mounted above them. A sunburst. A 10-foot-long iron rod attached to the north wall stands bare, suggesting a tapestry once hung there. Against the far wall stands a wooden cabinet with 4 tall doors.
Is there anything interesting in here that I want?
Gonna steal in a church?
Yeah, I was gonna see. Mim doesn't know.
Well, what are you investigating?
The desk first. 'Cause that's
So,
what's
you pull open the desk drawers, and there's a few sheets of blank parchment along with a couple quill pens and dried up jars of ink.
lame.
Easy there, Chief. Thank you so much.
I mean, I kind of trust this poor guy, but like, I don't know.
Please, you have
I'm
to
gonna
save him.
Back out and ask him. I'll say, what was the priest's name?
You haven't asked.
Oh,
Priest.
I thought you said it.
Is your son?
Donovich?
I did say
Father,
Donovich,
your
but
son
you
just-
guys technically haven't asked him.
Okay.
Is your son just wandering around down there, or is he chained up?
I've locked him down there, but he roams of his own free will, at least in the space provided. I couldn't bear to chain him.
If he's a vampire, he's a danger to others.
Why do you think I locked him away?
I think this is a little bit more complicated than we're ready to deal with right now. I think we can
What?
come back and help later.
What's complicated about killing a vampire?
You can't kill
Not
him, please!
They're undead evil creatures.
I want to save him! There has to be a way!
well, if anyone knows the way, wouldn't it be you? Cause don't you have all those?
I've been
religious
praying
books
for
and things?
answers! I've been searching everything I can!
Ismark, you said you've been in Barovia for your family's been in Barovia for generations, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've never heard of anyone coming back from vampirism, correct?
Not to my knowledge, unfortunately.
This seems like a simple answer to me. And Kanan will start walking towards the trapdoor.
No, please, you can't kill him, please!
This is for your own good.
Donovich is gonna be
Kanan.
like hanging off of you. Like, no, please, you can't kill him!
Is there like a lock on this? Or is
There's a
just, like,
padlock on it.
does it seem breakable?
Yes, very.
I'm just gonna smash it.
Alright, you smash the lock.
Can I open the door?
Well, as much as I don't want to follow Robot in here, I think it might be very beneficial to understand what vampires are before we just go wandering off into the woods that are apparently full of them.
Donovich is full on trying to, like, stop K9.
Can I open the door?
Yeah, you can open it.
The trapdoor?
Da-da-da-da-da.
I'm gonna say to Sten and Ismark that are right by me, I don't like what's happening right now, but we should prepare ourselves for the worst.
I'm just not sure how strong vampires are. If they need to be asked to be let into our home, well, surely they can't be that bad, right?
Possibly.
He said it's been a year. I don't know anything that sits for a year. It's become stronger.
Alright.
Mold.
Whoa!
Hooey! Alright, so you open...
Monster of them all.
So you open the, You open the trapdoor.
Yeah.
And underneath
trap in it?
is a... No, there's no trap. Underneath is a dimly lit room. Hold on, let me... Oh, that's not what I wanted.
Whoosh.
There we go.
Black box.
Oh, off to the right.
Off to the right.
Oh. Where is he?
Well, so the only thing you can see from the trapdoor is the staircase.
Oh, okay. I start walking down the staircase. It's
Oh
like,
god.
yeah.
There's no, like, buckets
Oh.
of water or anything in here, are there?
No, there doesn't appear to be any running water.
Technically, even though Druidcraft can't create something that would hurt someone, couldn't I just have a thing of running water, and if it happens to hit the thing, the vampire, would it hurt it? Or does it just like, no, it's like, it just can't hurt it?
So, Druidcraft allows...
Like a little nature-y thing.
Yes. Instantaneous harmless sensory effect.
Okay, never mind.
Sensory effects.
So K9's going down, he says. The
Yeah.
is
What's in the box?
the priest.
Alright,
Follow?
so... move on over the staircase, and depending on where you go, I'll show you what you do, what you see.
And
Move
Mim?
into the staircase in the black box thing? Or
Do you see...
Oh no, all the way over to the right. Do you see
zoom
this?
out, yeah.
okay. I was like where? Like, I don't see anything.
So, as you charge
how long
down...
has it been since we left the death house?
Probably like 6 hours. Well, let's see. Yeah, like 6 to 7 hours. So, Rough-hewn walls and a floor made of damp clay and earth, rotting pillars strain under the weight of the wooden ceiling. Candlelight from the chapel above slips through the cracks, allowing you to glimpse a gaunt shape in the far corner. And as you come down, Donovich rushes down with you and tries to... No, please, you can't kill him!
Oh, that's terrifying.
Please, Donovich, stay back. All right, do we even know his name? You keep saying Donovich, so I keep thinking that we know his name.
I
That's
feel
true,
like,
I'm sorry.
but
Would-
did Ismark
would-
ever say?
Yeah.
I feel like Ismark would
We'll
We'll
have
just
said.
just say as Mark said.
Yeah.
Technically, you guys never asked, but then I referred to him as Donovich, so...
Please, stand back. This is for
Man.
your own safety. I'm trying to protect you.
The man in the corner, he says, I can smell your blood.
With that, I mean, Canine's gonna just try to walk up and eliminate the threat.
All right. Roll me initiative.
Dude, is anyone joining me down here, or?
I am, but
am.
I'm sneaking. Do you want me to re-roll my sneak? 'Cause I don't remember.
Yes, because you revealed yourself to everyone up there, so you'll have to re-roll your sneak.
Great. Okay.
16.
16 for K9.
Do you want us all to roll initiative, just in case?
Anyone who's entering the basement.
Okay. 25 for sneaking.
Okay, 25 for sneaking.
And then 21 for initiative.
21 for initiative.
Ugh. I'm assuming these posts are like holding up the floor.
What is your dex, Mim?
+4 or the whole thing?
That's fine. Right. And it's just the four of them in the basement. Andar, Sten, Alistair, and Ismark are all staying upstairs. Yes.
Yep. Got a 19.
I'm not down there yet, but I imagine once I hear a commotion, I'll be running down.
Right, Sten's
There's no commotion in the ocean.
Hmm.
All right, so then roll me, Andar.
All right, I'm gonna roll just to be in the initiative order, just because we all are. Oh, I'm not high anyway, so
18.
18,
I have 10.
10. And then for Ismark. Ismark is considered. Got it. All right, which brings us to Mim first.
Oh, great. Oh God, I didn't want to. Okay.
Kill the undead spawn. Do it.
I'm just scared. Do vampires sleep? Because if we make it sleep, we could investigate it.
You could attempt.
No, it's fine. I'm
Ismark
gonna.
said they sleep during the day, but he doesn't know when day is.
When day is, yeah.
Don't think anyone does.
From the knowledge that she has, she's gonna go up and melee attack it, sneak attack. So.
All right, roll the hit.
Okay. 12.
That is not enough. You dash up, and he almost supernaturally quick ducks out of the way.
Love it. I'm going to disengage and move back to here.
All right. Which brings us to his turn. He 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 is going to move here. You're going to get attack of opportunity, K9, because he passes by you.
Okay. That is a natural one, so 6 to hit, which
That will
was
not
a
hit.
miss anyway.
He's going to dash 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
We're releasing a vampire. We're stupid. Fine.
And that's his turn, which brings us to Sten.
Does the noise of him, does it get any louder?
You basically heard some shouting, and then you're hearing rapid footsteps.
All right. Oh God! I'll walk into the doorway. It kind of sounds like someone's running closer. Do you hear that, Ender?
Can I communicate out of turn order, or would you like me to wait for my turn to...
You can do like a short quip.
Yep. Yep. Something's there.
Right, well, I suppose we prepare for the worst. And I'm gonna hold my action. The first thing that pops through, I'm gonna be casting Charm Person.
All right. So,
Yeah.
okay. That brings us to Andar.
I'm gonna slam that trapdoor shut.
All right. You slam it shut.
And then sit on it.
All right.
And I'll turn to Sten and be like, well, it didn't seem like he wanted to attack the people down there, so maybe let's just not let him out for a minute.
I wish I knew more about vampires to see if this was a bad idea.
Yes, me too.
Well, that brings us to Ismark, who's gonna 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Are we sure about this? And that brings us to Donovich, who, in an attempt to protect his son, is going to cast Sanctuary
Oh my
on his
God,
son.
Donovich.
What the?
This was such a bad idea.
So, now everyone has to make a wisdom saving throw in order to attack his son.
Okay.
And he pleads, please don't kill him, no! Which brings us to Alistair.
I'm going to literally say this was such a bad idea and stand in the doorway. And that is my turn.
All right, which brings us back to Mim.
Okay, I want to attempt to cast sleep on a point, I guess, that makes... Okay, hold on. So, if I do the point here, does sleep... I can't tell if it goes... Creatures within 20 feet of a point you choose. So that means completely around it, right?
Is it a radius or is it a square or?
Well, it says. All it says is creatures within 20 feet of a point you choose.
Okay, so it's
Within-
it's a radius then, yeah.
Okay. Well then, yeah, my point will be. Here. I'm gonna attempt. So I have to do a wisdom saving throw first. Right?
Yeah, so they need to do a wisdom saving throw.
No, what sleep
No,
doesn't
but, you
require
said-
saving throw.
You're not making an attack.
Yeah, it's only like attack rolls that you have to do.
A spell is technically not an attack.
The sleep spell is not an attack.
Oh yeah, sleep. Hold on, let me look up sleep.
If you roll like a d20 to try to hit it, then it's an attack. But
Do I?
you're not-
Oh.
Oh yeah, no. So
it
you
would
just
say,
roll
like,
5d8.
The
You just
first
do it.
line would say make an attack spell roll or something.
Yeah, no. You just roll.
9,
sleep is so weird.
Undead.
14.
Okay.
What
What?
about undead?
It says in the spell, undead and creatures immune to being charmed aren't affected by the spell. Just a heads up.
Oh, great.
So
Well then, why am I? Why? What? Where does
you
it say
don't-
that?
it says at the
Is
bottom of
sanctuary-
sleep.
Oh, the last
like-
sentence of it.
Is Sanctuary a concentration spell?
No, it's not. It ends when the thing tries to attack, though. When the creature has it tries to attack.
It is not concentration. It lasts a minute.
I feel like Mim would know if like
Yeah, no. What? You don't have to
Sleep.
waste that. You would know.
yeah.
Fine. Then, I'm indecisive now. I guess I will. Well, I'm not sneaking anymore, so, I could. Where was I? I was here.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that the door is closed. Closed.
Yep.
Okay. I guess I'm gonna go up and try to hit it. But wait, what was the distance between? I have too many tabs open. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'll go up and try to hit it. So that means I
5,
have
10,
to make a wisdom
15,
saving.
20. You can make it. So you have to do a wisdom saving throw.
$18.
All right, you can hit it.
Okay, now I gotta roll to hit. 22.
Accidentally. Here it is. 22 will hit.
And it's not a sneak attack, so it's just 1d6, right?
Correct.
Do I get
Plus
to
your
still add my
dex.
dex? Okay, so 9. Piercing.
All right. He
What's your
screeches in pain. And Donovan yells,
Aw.
"No!" Which brings us to.
Wait, I'm gonna disengage and move back to here.
All right.
What weapon are you?
Oh, actually, my short sword.
Is it silver?
Did they? They didn't say anything about silver, did they?
Yeah, it's silver short sword.
Yeah, but no, they didn't say anything about.
Oh,
I
no,
don't
no,
know
the-
anything about.
That we don't.
Yeah,
We don't know about that.
yeah.
Can I fly up, around him and stand here?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
You disengaged, right? So you're good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, keep in mind. So this was you're up here. It was 5, 10, 15.
Oh, I forgot I moved.
20.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So
then is
you
this-
could move to here.
25. What? Isn't that 25? If I was.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, because it's your second diagonal.
Oh shoot. Okay. Well, I'll be here.
Okay. So he's gonna hiss. And with you blocking his way, he's gonna attack you.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Cool.
25 to hit.
Yep. That definitely hits.
That's very high.
Yeah, that's scary.
You take. Oh, interesting. You take 6 slashing,
Okay.
and then he's gonna swing again.
What? This.
Which is only a 13 to hit.
No, it doesn't hit.
All right. As he reaches out and claws you, ending Sanctuary, and Donovich cries in the background, "No, please!" Which brings us to Sten. You now
Did
hear
I hear that
yelling
commotion?
downstairs.
Okay. I don't know if it's a better idea to stay up here or go join the fracas. How adamant does Andar look about keeping this shut?
I'm pretty adamant about not letting the vampire out, but as far as going in, well, yeah.
Oh, man. Also, I spent a whole turn holding my action and nothing happened. So I believe that spell slot goes away.
Oof.
I was holding a spell.
Oh, I didn't know hold action was a spell.
No, it's not. I was holding a spell as my action.
Oh, yeah. Well, dang.
God, I don't know. I don't know what to do. Did Mim scream or something?
How much damage did I take? 6?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. She did. A little bit.
Ugh.
But also kind of like a frustrated, disgruntled, like, ah! Like that.
I think maybe a couple more seconds. I just don't know. God, I don't know. This is too much.
Careful, rabbit. The careful hare.
Yeah, I'm just gonna wait here.
All right, Andar.
Is there like a railing on the stairs that I could jump over, or if I go down there, would I have to run past Mim and Vampire Child?
There's a little railing here that you could jump.
All right. So I'm gonna hop off the trap door and say, well, may as well be in all this together, I suppose, and open it, hop down onto that first one, hop over the edge down here, closing the trap door behind me, or swinging it shut behind me, which would be X amount of movement, DM.
It'd be 5. We'll still call this 10, but roll me an athletics to make sure that you land the jump.
A 19 plus modifier. So.
You're fine.
Yeah. All right, and then I'm going to run to the middle there, and I am going to shoot a fire bolt at the upset child.
The upset child.
All right, do it.
So that's a 24 to hit.
All right, that'll hit.
And 9 damage.
9 damage. As, like, your bolt singes into his shoulder and he cries out with a screech. Donovich starts weeping on the ground. Ismark, is going to stay where he is because he doesn't want to leave the door unguarded. So he's just going to hold his action there. Which brings us to Canine.
Thought Canaan's gonna run up 5, 10, 15, 20, and then he's gonna use his action to. Is Mim like blocking his way, or
Mim's in his way. He could get past Mim, but
can creatures move past enemy squares?
It's
I thought
difficult
you told me last
to-
time I could.
he's a size larger because Mim's small.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. God, fairies, small fairies.
Mold.
Wait, I thought fairies were medium from Witch in the Wildlight.
Pretty
Are
sure
fairies
I'm small.
You're small? Okay. If you're not blocking him, then I'm gonna try to grapple him.
All right.
I think it's a contested athletics check, right?
Yep.
8. That's seen 18.
You are gonna succeed.
All right. Kanan kind of puts him in puts both arms around him and just like hugs him there, like in place essentially. And
Okay.
just have a grapple. That's my action, so I can't do anything else.
That brings us to Donovich, who is going to attempt to Sacred Flame Canine.
Oh god.
So I need a dex saving throw from Canine.
Dex save. I have the. It's 19.
You save. That is his action. Which brings us to Alistair.
All right, at the front of the church, is there any kind of bar for the door to like lock the church shut?
There's like one of those like heavy wooden planks that just like falls into place.
Can I drop that
Sure.
to shut us in here? Yeah, I would like to do that,
All right.
and then probably move in here with them on the inside of that door.
Cool. Which brings us back to Mim.
So our vampire friend is prone?
No, he's grappled.
Grappled.
Grappled, so being held by.
Yeah, his speed is 0, so he can't get out.
Okay. I'm gonna attack with my short sword.
All right.
Get
Roll to
advantage, or do I have to be like directly opposite to her?
How does that work? Yeah.
Is it like just on any side, or do I have to be like completely opposite to her? Or the flanking stuff?
In this case, I think it would have to be completely opposite. I think in general we should do opposites because otherwise diagonals will get funky. So she would not have
Okay.
flank here.
Okay.
Okay. How? Okay. 15.
15 will hit.
Okay. Oh god. I get to do 3 d6s, right? Because I have a 5 foot. I have 2 d6 plus the extra d6 plus my dex.
What's the extra d6?
For sneak attack because it's 5 foot, right? I didn't get advantage on the roll, but I do get the extra die, right?
So it's... What's the 2d6 from then?
I'm now level 3 and my sneak attack damage is 2d6.
Yes. So then yes, it is 3d6 total.
Okay, 6, 9, 13, 17 for piercing.
17.
It's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. Big girl Mim.
All right. You notice that your swings aren't as effective as you feel like they should be. But
Really?
Strange.
damage resistances. But you manage to slice through. So you get a good chunk out of his shoulder.
What are silvered weapons for? I forget.
Well, silver, I thought like silver was werewolves because silver bullets.
Ah, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Vampires are wooden stakes and garlic and stuff. I don't know.
So
I don't have any garlic.
you attack. Is there anything else that you do?
Maybe. No. Nope.
All right. That brings us to Doru. Escaping. So I am going to need either athletics or acrobatics check from the target chooses the ability to use. Got it. So yeah, so I need either an athletics or a acrobatics check from K9.
Athletics or acrobatics?
That's what
Got
it
it.
says.
Got it. I'll choose athletics. I'm not very acrobatic. It's an 18. Or 18. Yep.
He is unable to break free of the grapple. And that's his action. Which brings us to
Gotcha.
Sten.
Ismark, is there any one thing that you know can fell a vampire?
Well, I know running water. I know a stake to the heart.
A stake. What kind of stake?
A wooden stake.
I think I can do something about this. And I'm going to use my new ability. Performance of creation. I can make any item I want as long as it's less than 60 gold.
Okay.
And there's an unoccupied space to make it. It lasts
Okay.
for 2 hours. And I sing a song of the ancient ones. I do it once per day. And so I will make a sharp wooden stake.
All right.
That's my action. You sure this can work?
I don't know. I've never tried myself. It's rumored.
All right. And then I'm going to walk down.
This is where we find out that Ismark is full of shit.
Ismark is what?
This is where we find out Ismark is full of shit. He's just been like, oh yeah, I totally know everything about vampires.
I guess this is as far as I can get. So I'm going to. So it's kind of dark down here, isn't it?
It's dim light, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I see K9 from here?
Yes.
Is that as far as I can see? I don't think I have dark vision.
I think you can see in dim light.
Like 30 feet or something, or
Yeah.
60.
So you can see.
Okay. On K9, I'll use my Bardic Inspiration as a bonus action. And okay, so you get a D6, but now crazier things happen. So let me know what you roll.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I like crazy stuff.
It depends on the ability check, attack roll, or saving throw. So
Gotcha.
but now, instead of just like a good feeling, you have a glowing green rabbit jumping around you at waist level. It's very small.
Yes. Always wanted more rapid.
That's cute.
That's my
Well.
turn.
All right. Which brings us to Andar.
I am going to move a little bit further back here, try to get a better view of everything. 25. And I'm going to shoot another firebolt at it.
Do it.
16 to hit
That'll hit.
and 6 damage.
All right. K9.
Yeah.
You notice as you're holding it that his wounds are sealing as you hold him.
Are healing?
Mm-hmm. They're sealing, but
Oh, they're healing. I gotcha.
That brings
Gotcha.
us to Ismark, who is going to come on to the trapdoor, open it, realize that the entire staircase is flooded, and wait. Which brings us to K9.
His wounds are healing. Does anyone have an idea? And K9 will move like one to the right. Ismark told us all about like the stake, like all the things that kill it, or was that just Sten?
No one was in the room but Sten and Alistair.
Okay,
So
that's
the
just
stake
that's,
is new. Yeah.
The stake is new. Okay, that's what I was asking. With that, does it look like his wounds are like pretty much everything that we've done has been undone, or does it look like
No. You've done way more than it shows, but
sealed? Okay. Gotcha.
you've done way more than it shows, but he's made a lot of progress back.
Priest, stand back or you'll get hurt. And with that, K9's fist will kind of just like, all the joints will kind of separate a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
and there'll be like a whirring sound and electricity and thunder cracking, and he'll just punch into the undead boy, and there'll just be like a loud concussive like thunder wave sound, and I'm going to use my new thunder gauntlet.
Oh,
Aww.
that sounds scary.
It's not. It's a 7 to hit. Oh, but Bardic Inspiration.
Okay, so if you're using it on an attack roll,
Okay.
the
Is it still a
target and
D6?
each creature of your choice that you can see within 5 must now make a con saving throw, and it's going to take thunder damage also equal to the number that you roll.
It's thunder damage. This is perfect. Is it
His
still a D6?
con, it's a dirty 20.
Yeah, it saves.
Okay.
Still pretty cool looking though.
Yes. Is it 13 hit?
A 13 does not hit.
Oh. Okay. Well, it misses. That's my turn. So I even rolled a 6 on the inspiration.
He squirms too much. That brings us
trusted the
to
dice.
Donovich, who once again is going to try and Sacred Flame K9. Roll me a dex save.
14.
You save.
Okay.
You would have
Um,
gotten temporary hit points on a saving throw if you used it there.
No.
Alistair.
Always trust the bunnies.
Isn't that cool?
I know that is cool.
I don't want to get in the fray of killing a kid, so I'm just going to continue holding.
Teenager?
All right. That brings us back to Mim. Thank you. Well, take your turn first.
Okay. I missed something. What do I want to do? Okay. Who went after me normally?
After you is the vampire spawn.
The vampire.
Oh shit. Okay. And he's still at the moment in Canaan's arms.
Yes,
Yeah.
he is grappled.
Okay. Well, then I'm gonna come to this side, and okay, what we know right now is just sunlight hurts them. Okay, and water. What can I do? I'm gonna try to attack again, I guess. Wait, I noticed, and K9 did say that he's healing, but
Yeah,
okay.
but we're doing significantly more damage to it than it seems to be regenerating.
Okay. 13, 14, 15, 19.
19 will hit.
Okay. $13 damage.
13 damage.
And that's my turn. Oh.
Which brings us to him. He's gonna try and break the grapple again. He's probably not going to, but we'll see. Athletics or acrobatics?
Athletics. Oh no. Oh, that's a 7. That's 11 total.
All close, but he doesn't break the grapple.
It looked like
And
a
that's his
1
turn.
for a second. What is it, 7?
You watch as more of his wounds heal, though.
Together.
Sten.
All right. What are we counting for the stake as far as weaponry?
I would count it as an improvised weapon.
Right, but does it resemble another weapon as far as damage?
Well, I'd say use a dart stats minus the throwing.
Okay, so it'd be the same thing. Okay, then I will walk down.
Mhm.
And I guess he just said a wooden stake.
Yeah.
That's all I have to go on.
He said a wooden stake to the heart is what he said.
Okay, I will aim for the heart. That's a 17 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay. And 1 damage.
You pierce into him, and he screams in pain, but doesn't die.
Very useful, Ismark.
He lied to us? I mean, didn't lie, but...
No, he didn't. He just didn't know the whole truth.
He didn't know the whole truth.
Actually, with mobile, I can back out of here. I'm gonna give another bardic inspiration to K9 though. Before I leave. Okay, and then I'll just. Oh wait. Oh, is he closing it? Can I get out? I guess that's important to know.
No, he had it open.
Okay. Close it. The stake didn't work to the heart.
No,
That's it.
really.
That didn't work. Well, shit. And then, that brings us to Andar.
I love the sitcom happening at the top of the stairs.
No shit.
I am going to cast Chromatic Orb at the zombie child. Or
Alright.
the vampire child.
Do it.
Is this like vampire just like hissing and stuff, or is he just like mad chill?
15 to hit.
No, he's hissing, he's struggling, he's scratching at your arms. A 15 will hit.
All right, so it's going to be, I suppose, lightning damage at
Lightning.
16.
Hoo-wee. All right. That's some damage. Which brings us to Ismark, who says, well, no time like the present, and jumps down, runs up, takes out a long sword from his back, and swings twice at the vampire spawn. The first of which misses. The second of which hits. For a total of 7 damage.
7 damage.
Which brings us to K9.
Same shtick. I got another bunny, right?
Yeah, you do.
Bunny, grant me strength. Does an 18 hit?
18 hits.
You said I get extra thunder damage on the attack, or what was it?
Did you use the
Yeah,
die?
I did.
Okay, yeah. So he needs to make a saving throw.
Okay.
What
saving
It's
throw?
con.
Never mind. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter. He rolled a 5.
Nice. So he takes thunder damage equal to whatever you just rolled on the die. The d6.
Oh, that was a 5. It takes 5 extra thunder damage. And then plus the... So he takes 15 total thunder damage
All right.
on the hit. It's
This round,
gauntlet
you
class,
guys
I mean.
have significantly haggard him compared to previous rounds. Donovich is panicking.
That could have also hit Donovich if you wanted it to. You can do both.
Dude, that's pretty sick. Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
It's a 5 foot around you that you can see.
It's like a extra thunderclap. That's my turn. And also, whenever I hit with a melee attack now, the creature I hit has disadvantage on all attack rolls against targets other than me.
Okay. You're gonna get Sacred Flamed again, so roll me a dex save.
Okay. That is a 13.
You still save. Poor Donovich, man. Alistair.
He's just trying to get his kid back.
I'm just gonna say, Sten, what's going on down there?
Big problem.
I gathered that much. I can't believe we're doing this, and that's the end of my turn.
They're gonna have a therapy session up top. Mim.
Okay. Do I get advantage on my roll?
I'm gonna say yes because he's fully surrounded and against a wall.
That's what I was thinking. Okay.
And grappled for good measure.
17.
17 hits.
$18 damage.
18 in damage. All right.
And she, Hey, can we bring him back to the corner and then just get out of here? And then that's my turn.
All right. which brings us to the sun. He heals a little bit. He's gonna try and break out of the grapple. Oh, that one's better. Athletics or acrobatics?
20 total.
Ah, he breaks free this time.
Oh, wow.
So he's gonna break free. He's going to try and book it. So this is 5, 10, 15, 20. You're gonna get attacks of opportunity from all three of you.
How do I do?
Your
How-
regular attack roll. Ismark misses.
Classic. Ismark.
Classic Ismark.
15.
15 will hit.
21.
That'll also hit.
Dude, if this kid drops at my feet, I'm gonna flip.
That's 9 points of damage.
All right.
8. I still add my dex, right?
Yes.
Okay, 8.
So that was 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And then he's going to
Ow.
dash, but you guys both get attacks of opportunity.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take mine. All I have is the stake, though. I'm not holding the sword, I suppose. No. 14.
14 will not hit.
Mine hits.
All right.
Out of 23.
Yep, that'll hit.
Oh, you're attacking it?
Yeah, because it passed Sten and I would have.
How much damage?
10 points of damage, piercing.
10 points of damage. It is struggle bussing, but it's still running. It dashes. 5, 10, pulls up the bar. 15, 20, 25, 30, makes it to here. And that is its turn. Which brings us to Sten.
Right. I'm going to go make a bit of a ruckus. Be right back. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I'll just walk outside.
Mm-hmm.
I will cast Shatter on him. He needs to make a con save.
Uh-huh. He rolled a 22.
Okay. Saves. Let me see. I think I still get half damage. Yes. So 3d8. That is 10, half to 5. Thunder damage.
How do you want to do this?
Whoa.
He had 4.
Nice.
Oh my god.
I think to just amplify the story, I'm going to pretend I did it with the stake.
Okay.
And so I'm going to try my best to yell louder than this thunderclap.
Okay.
And then I'm going to walk in on towards Alistar and be like, turns out the stake worked just fine. It totally sizzled through his chest. He's kind of burning. I don't know if you want to take a look. But in reality, it went like just like one quick line and then just a small which kind of just like sizzled and kind of caved him in.
At least it's done.
So
You're still in initiative order though, because Donovich is
yeah.
Go back here.
So that brings us to Andar.
Can we just lie to him and tell him that his son got away?
He doesn't know yet.
Well, neither do you guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna run upstairs. 5, 10, 15. 20. I'm gonna run partially upstairs. No, actually, I can dash. So I'll probably be up to about there because I have to go past him, which is difficult terrain. Past.
No, they're allies, so it's
okay.
not difficult terrain.
Okay.
I'll just put my little
Yeah, I'll just
little
be up
nubby thumb. I don't have much of a thumb. In a thumbs up position.
there. And ask. Run up and ask those two what happened to the vampire.
It was the steak, did it?
Which brings us to Ismark, who's gonna rush upstairs. Is it dead? Are we okay?
Yeah, just a delayed steak.
This is gonna be the whole. This is gonna be every single person.
The
isn't
Monty
it?
Python level, yeah.
All right, K9, your turn.
I think with that, since I haven't seen whether or not it's done yet, I'll probably walk upstairs or run upstairs. 5, 10, 15, 20. Did it get away?
I heard the shatter. Pretty loud.
Yeah, no, I definitely would have. I definitely would have heard like what's going on, but I'm not sure if I.
Yeah, we
would have
heard a
that
crash.
it's, like, yeah, that it's like it's destroyed or not. And get upstairs and just be like, did it get away? Is it dead?
No. Steak to the heart.
Good job, Stud.
At which
Good job,
point,
K9.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Where is he? Where's my son?
He's been taken.
Taken by whom?
I'm afraid whoever did this to him. I don't know if you want to look. It's gruesome.
Is it?
To clarify for my clarification, are you implying that? You imply you said he was taken. You said he was taken, but then you said it was
His
gruesome.
life is taken. Yeah.
Oh, his life is taken. Got it. And you're trying to tell him that it wasn't you?
Yeah.
Roll me a deception check.
I just gained expertise on deception, so we'll give this a shot. That's kind of low. 16.
Kind of low. 16.
He starts weeping on the ground uncontrollably. No! My Doru! Just inconsolable.
Inconsolable, you say?
Is that a challenge?
Are we still in initiative order?
You're no longer in initiative order.
Oh,
Can we still be in initiative order?
Are you hostile?
Are you gonna shoot the priest?
Yes, I am.
Well, it is your turn, so go ahead.
Okay. So question.
wait, when's
I don't currently have a firearm. Can I still apply my fighting styles to my crossbow? They do specifically say firearm attacks.
I imagine. A crossbow is still a firearm.
Okay. All right, good to know. Then I am going to take a violent shot at the priest.
Okay.
Okay. For a 19.
That'll hit.
This is very
Okay.
effed up.
So, yeah, this is about to be really messed up.
You just did like a 180 from no, I'm talking to child as well.
All right, so
no witnesses.
If the attack hits, you can roll 1 additional weapon damage die per grip point spent. So
Okay.
doing 3, I can do 4 weapon damage dice.
Okay.
So 4d6 plus 4.
Okay.
This music is also gritty and evil.
Yeah.
Maybe we're the bad guys.
Nah.
So 15 damage.
How do you want to do this?
I'm going to stand over him while he's weeping on the ground, shoot him through the head, and just be like, your actions have consequences, looking exactly at K9. And then I'm going to walk out of the room.
Some
Holy
Boondock Saints.
fuck.
What?
Does he look healable?
Well,
I mean,
before Alistar walks away, I'm definitely gonna try to grapple him. I'm stopping him from leaving.
oh god. Oh god. All
What is it? Session 3? We're okay. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, roll for the grapple, and you could attempt to heal him. I mean, he's at 0, so Stan, if you wanted to heal him, you could try.
Yeah, I'll try. I'll cure wounds at first level.
Okay, K9 and Alistair.
Hold up.
That's 6 points, if it matters.
Honestly, hold that roll, because I think we're at this point. I think we're staying in initiative.
That's my roll.
All right.
What's her roll? What?
Nat 20.
Oh, yeah.
Can I,
don't
since
got
we
it.
weren't in initiative or something, can I at least come up with everybody else?
Well, we did stay in it because this was all Alistair's turn, but it is your turn next. So he shoots him, and then he moves. Where do you go, Alistair?
Oh yeah, if it's not my turn, then I can't grapple him. Yeah, sure.
Oh, honestly, I would probably walk to like go out of the room, basically.
Okay. Are you leaving the room?
No, I'd probably stay there.
Okay. Which brings us to Mim.
Could I hear what's all that's been going on up there?
You heard commotion.
And then I would come up and I see this.
You see a dead priest with a bolt through his head.
Love it.
Love it.
Love it. Cool. Can I tell who's hostile? Like, what's going on?
That's a good question.
Okay. What happened up here?
Alistar Strahd the priest.
We didn't need to kill the kid.
The vampire, the monster.
Stan, it is your
Something could have been done.
Okay, am I able to walk in, grab the priest, walk out?
turn. Sure, yeah.
Okay, I kind of want to drag him to like where I'm at right now.
Okay, you can do that.
Oh god, but the door's open. But it's like and still cast Cure Wounds.
I would say
It's a
5,
touch
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Your movement's 30,
Okay.
yeah?
40.
40. Cool. 5, 10.
If we
20,
can get into this room, that's
30.
better because it blocks the vision from the door.
40. I think you can get here, like dragging him, because I'm basically gonna be like 5, 10 to get to where Ismark is, and
Okay.
then for dragging I'm gonna do double, so it'd be 20, 30, 40.
I didn't.
But you can have the priest out of the room, and you still have your action.
Okay,
Did we
then
just skip the rest of my turn?
Oh, what did you want to
that's
do?
I just didn't. I don't know. I didn't know if we were in order or not. Because he asked if you could do that, and so that's what.
Well, he's after you, so did you have more
Oh.
that you wanted to do?
I was gonna try to make everyone fall asleep because I was confused and I didn't know what was going on and things seemed hostile.
Oh, you're gonna put people to sleep?
Yeah.
All right, put him to sleep.
Can I cast
What
it?
point is your point?
What do you mean? What point is my point?
You like what point?
Because it affects everyone.
Yeah.
That's inside the radius.
Maybe here. 5, 10, 15. I didn't know Sten was right there. I thought Sten was one back. Okay. I guess everyone would fall asleep, huh?
Well, it depends on how much. It only is. It's hit die.
Does it affect you?
I don't think fairies can be
I
put
don't
to
think
sleep.
so.
I don't think
Okay.
fairies can be put to sleep.
20
Sorry, sorry.
feet of a point you choose within range are affected in ascending order of their current hit point. So I guess I'm confused by that.
So
Basically,
okay, so
the
like
people with
say
the lowest hit points are affected first.
yeah, so say it's like in the square it goes 1, 2, 3, 4 hit points.
Yeah.
You do 1 first, subtract that from your sleep roll,
Uh-huh.
and then you keep applying until you run out of the sleep roll. And if anyone hits 0, they're asleep.
Yeah. Okay, I don't want to do that. Never mind. Sorry. Go back to Sten's turn then. I'll just be chilling since I'm confused and I feel like we're out of combat.
Okay.
Okay, so then I'll be here. Cast Cure Wounds. I rolled a 3, so that's 6 total healing.
Okay. He is up. He is awake. He is distraught. And he has a bolt that was in his forehead that is now right in front of him. And he's fucking freaked out.
What's his name? Donovich?
Nobody actually asked his name. None of you know his name.
We didn't
Name
retcon
what the
that.
name
In
of the
character,
name.
in character, none of you guys know his name.
Okay. So sorry. I think maybe it's just best if you took a rest.
I'm gonna go look at my son, and he books it. Finding the body and then breaking down outside. Meanwhile, Andar.
I'm just gonna stay right on out of this little quarrel here, and I'm gonna hang out in the hall next to Sten. I'll move over there, and we're good.
Ismark is armed and is looking at Alistair and back at K9. I just wait, like, primed. Like, but he's kind of glaring at Alistair a little bit. Which brings us to K9.
Because Alistair seems to be hostile and will attempt to restrain Alistair.
Okay.
This one's not good.
Roll 14 plus 4,
You the
18.
chief lost.
Nope.
I imbibed a bit much.
I fail no matter what.
How's
That
this
was
going?
1.
And
What was
Kenan
that?
will say,
There's a 1. I fail no matter what.
"You're not going anywhere." And then Kenan will just like put both his arms around you and just kind of like put you into like a bear hug. And then he'll attempt to let's see, where do I want to the door is open, so we'll call out to everyone. Do we want to talk about this? Our friend just shot a civilian.
And I don't know he's back up yet, do I? I wasn't there.
You probably saw him. He shouted, "I need to see my son."
Yeah. And you can see out the door to hear where he was. You saw him get up and run.
Got you.
That's the end of my turn.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say I think that this is a good point to resume next week. What do you guys say?
Oh, I dig that.
All right, sure.
Okay.
Because I
Someone
feel
wants to
like
do
this is
something.
going to be a longer conversation that's about to occur. and we are already overtime.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Cool.
that's all right.
But I think that this is like a good little like right as shit starts to go down, we'll just put a little pin in it.
All right.
I like it.
So, Alistair, make a note that you're currently grappled by K9 for starting.
Are we keeping turn order at this point?
Oh, I mean,
I think he's
Alistair's
restrained.
done.
I think
Yeah.
he's restrained, so I think we will be out of turn order.
Okay.
So we will be ditching that.
Okay.
And we will just be starting with you guys conversing when we come back.
All right.
Cool.
Sounds good.
All right.
Low key. Ismark kind of hot though. See that picture?
Dude, he looks like the Witcher. Like Gerard.
Earlier when he was like, when we were at we first saw the priest, I like zoomed in a bunch and I was like, damn, he's got great hair. Like,
Smart, knowledgeable, capable.
Halfway capable. He's missed most of his shots.
He took 2 attacks, hit one of them.
He's only taken 3 swings.
And he missed 2 of them.
He missed 2 of them.
how many have we
Well,
He's
missed?
pretty.
He's-
He's,
This is his town.
But he
His
also has-
says low.
he has
He rules the
multi attack.
town, okay, he's got other things on his mind. Yeah.
He's got multi attack.
Yeah. He's just he's a capable individual.
Got a
All right.
hot sister.
Can before we completely close off, can I do one last thing?
What's that?
I want to go see him by his dead son and realize what happened and how many feet away is that? I want to cast Minor Illusion, but as a whisper in the son's voice. What's his voice? Can you do his voice again?
Yeah. Well, it was vampire warped, but what do you want to say? And then I'll say it.
Father, I'm finally freed. Something like that. Just to put his heart at rest a little bit and have him not hate us as much.
All right. First off, 1 inspiration. Second off,
That's better. I was gonna try and charm him and to calm him down. That's way better.
I was gonna try and shoot him in the face.
so he is crying over his son's body, and you cast Minor Illusion, and he, as he's sobbing, hears, "Father, I'm finally free." And he like bolts up and just breaks down and starts cradling his son's body in his arms in the middle of the street in front of the church.
Okay. Thank you for
Good
letting
job,
me do
man.
that.
And that will do it for today's session. I'm not gonna lie, this playlist was disappointing me earlier, but the way it pulled through at the end here,
Yep.
fucking chef's kiss.
Complete RNG. Let's go.
Complete RNG. Ooh. Pretty much
Very
everything
touching.
that happened during the whole Alistair thing into now, oh, beautiful.
Heavy stuff.
All right, well, my goodness, we took a twist.
I like this as an ending point because I have to prepare what Alistair's about to say. Because like I had it ready for improv, but like if I have more time to prepare, it'll be so much more meaningful.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
Those are always nice things to do. I think.
All right, well, congrats on level 3. You guys are officially in Barovia. You're out of Death House.
Woo!
I
Yay.
spent all my grip points to kill a priest.
You didn't even kill him.
Well, he did.
You so overspent. He had 9
downed
hit
it.
points.
No, damn.
Well, you had to make sure the job was done.
Also, real quick,
Can you
before we
imagine how I
hop,
just shot him?
before we hop, now that you guys are finally out of Death House, some things about Death House. 1, the shadows were written as 6 shadows. I lowered it to 3, but
Jesus.
the orb was meant to be an arcane focus to replace Andar's. But you guys, if you had fought the shadows and killed the shadows, the orb would have deactivated and you would have just had it. But instead, you shot the
Oopsie.
orb.
I
That was
just kind of
fun.
shoot my problems.
Oh god.
Also, the amount of times that you guys ditched Lancelot, and then like the one time that like I'm like, well,
Dude, as soon as I saw the ritual, I knew that you like. As soon as I saw the ritual thing, I like glanced to the left and I saw Lancelot. I'm like, you motherfucker. And I was like,
If I had jumped onto the altar and cut and gave some of my blood, would that have been enough?
no.
No.
Somebody would have had
Yeah,
to.
you
Somebody,
got hurt for nothing.
somebody would have had to go down in order for the ritual to be satisfied, which would have woken the creature. Or what ended up happening was you broke someone out of the circle, which failed the ritual and woke the creature.
Wait, so the
Okay.
creature was woken either way?
Correct.
And it's just how many points you lose for your health.
But the person who sacrificed themselves, if they're able to stabilize or whatever, the creature would not attack the sacrifice.
Oh,
Oh, interesting.
cool beans.
Dude, Alistair had an arc today.
I what?
You guys attacked a kid.
He's a teenager.
That's
not a-
worse, man.
He's
Is
not a
it
kid.
worse?
He's an undead monstrosity. There's a difference.
Yeah, he's not even a person anymore. He's a vampire.
Yeah.
He probably tried to kill his dad.
He definitely. I mean, did you see the church? Like literally, the whole entire like place was broken down and like this mess everywhere. Kid destroyed the place.
Yeah. You attacked a hag. A real hag.
Well, you don't know. You don't know if it was a real hag.
I saw the picture.
You saw the picture
You
where?
literally called it a hag.
Your
called it a hag?
You literally called it a hag. You're like, the
Oh.
hag walks away. I'm
It's a
like,
picture
okay.
of a hag. And I'm like, oh. Wow.
A hag is a word for an old woman. First off.
Oh, okay.
In D&D, it's different.
When an old woman NPC gets hit for like 9 damage and walks away saying, "I'll remember this," I don't know what else to think.
That's true.
Definitely a hag.
I'm just saying.
It could. You're right.
I got to
It
play all
could
my
be a really
fantasies
strong
as a lost old man for a minute. So
I wish I stole more pastry.
they were good. Very good.
This was fun. This was good.
This was really good.
I'm curious what Alistair is what's going through Alistair's head.
It'll be good. It'll be a good time.
I'll be waiting for next week.
Hermes, Salsa says that you could have played in Leonard Skinner 50 years ago.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, so you guys, it's official. You guys are out of Death House. You have your equipment, and we're
Nice.
officially into
Aw.
Barovia.
So,
Sweet.
does
Fun, fun.
Andar already have an arcane focus? I mean, Mim wouldn't have known that.
Once I got my stuff back, it was part of my quarterstaff.
Now you have two. You
I
can
have
just
two.
switch them out. Or sell one. You know what we should do is we should go back to that shop and you should try to peddle it off on the guy. Being like, I have this, don't you want it? Yeah.
That seems like a good idea. Try and sell the wares that you stole from the guy back to the guy you stole it from.
He doesn't have to know it was his in the first place.
His inventory is large. I'm sure he's gonna forget.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Plus, I could just make something new for a little bit.
Yeah.
Once a day.
Once a day.
So does that just persist then?
No,
Like,
it
once
lasts
you have it?
2 hours, I think.
Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah, not until level 14 does it last forever, and I can make it whatever. So like,
Wow.
so so like from the guy who created it, what's his name? Jeremy or something like that. Big D&D guy, the writer of the classes.
Quaffwad.
Crop. Yes, yeah. He's like, if you want to make a 300 gold diamond, and you're able to, make it for Revivify.
Wow, yeah.
I was gonna, when you were saying that you're gonna make the steak, I was joking to myself, thinking like, plot twist in Barovia, steaks are worth 300 gold pieces.
Oh.
Checks out.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I'm
speaking
limited
of,
on.
I need to hit the
It's
go
not-
button
yeah.
for posting the episode 1 of the campaign.
Hey.
Oh.
Now I can go back and rewatch it and remember what my voice was supposed to be.
I have that worry every time we start.
Yours is perfect every time. I
Right,
need to
Tommy,
change
it's just me
mine,
going, vaguely British.
but it's perfect.
You're very consistent.
That's good to hear.
Very consistent. Very consistent.
We called, or Jake Pebble called us one day, and and Ryan was on the phone with him in the car, and I got in, and he was like, "Your voice annoys me." Like that was the first thing he said to me, and so now I'm like, I'm not gonna talk anymore. I need to change my voice.
Also, they
Oh my
freeze
God.
because of Windows.
Oh, I wanted to bring up. Are we personally? I'm not a fan of flanking rolls. If we want to do it, that's fine. I just wanted to let that know that my vote is probably against it. But if everyone likes it, I'm down for it. I've played with it before, so it's like not the biggest deal. But I just wanted to revisit that to see if that's.
It's just like
sure everyone wanted to
you
do.
don't vibe with it, or more like too much to think about.
I don't. I feel like it makes a lot of things like not as useful, personally. And like I feel like it kind of de-incentivizes like creative stuff to like actually give advantage, or like spells, or like classes or whatever. So like I'm not like a huge fan of it, at least for like the advantage portion. But like I said, I've played with it before, and like it's not that I can't play with it or whatever. It's just like my personal opinion on it.
I'm cool either way.
I think this is a wonderful conversation to have. I think on our own.
Oh, okay.
We've been at it
yeah.
for a bit. I think we can have a better discussion.
Oh, no worries.
I don't want to yank this. What I'm saying is I have to go.
That's fair. We've gone long.
Yeah.
I wish you like dragged that on for like 40 seconds.
Oh. Yeah, the payoff would have been pretty good, huh?
Yeah. But I had fun. Yeah.
Good game. Dude, now you have a bunny buddy almost anytime you want.
I know. I'm so excited.
Yeah, so if you,
Don't worry.
if you
K9 will express his love for your bunny gifts at some point.
cool. And I won't. And I'll have to be okay with that.
It's okay. Well, me and Endar might have to get into fisticuffs about him calling you a derogatory rabbit person.
Ah,
We'll get to it. I just named his bird for him.
Derogatory rabbit person. I just call him Talking Rabbit.
technically is what he is.
Yeah, for my charisma score, I wish I had a comeback. But, okay, yeah, great playing. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah,
All
thanks
right.
for joining,
I'll talk to you
everybody.
guys later.
Very fun.
Oh, team.
See you
Alright.
guys.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.